Hello, I'm Philip Schofield and I fuck lobsters for a hobby.
Careful.
Yep, that's our hook line, Katie. That's going to bring all the boys and girls to our yard.
I would say something about milkshakes and MP for somewhere.
If you just hit play from later, this is probably the boring part of our stream. Oh, well, who knows? I mean, I'm going to go and do it after I finish my smoke. I'm going to do a tech check. Chances are nothing will happen for 25 minutes, so skip that timestamp. But we might talk about some shit in the meantime.
Yes.
Oh, we've got 7 people in. Christ.
Already?
Wow.
Oh, bring up the chat. That might actually help.
Bring up the chat. That's what I'm going to check. I'm going to check the chat. Who's in? Envy, Jim.
It's you bunch of reprobates.
Hey.
Rejoice, comrades. Hi, everyone.
Do you know what fucked me up today, Katie?
What?
I discovered Anthony Stewart Head died.
Yeah, I thought you might have been a little bit upset about that.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. I heard he died like on the 1st. I don't know why I'm only finding out now, or if it's only been released.
They usually give it like a week or so. It was 10 days before we found out. No, 2 days before we found out about Gene Hackman and his wife. They don't do it. They don't literally, unless it's truly gutter press that they have over there. They are literally ghouls trying to get a scoop.
Half read this amazing story about him on Facebook. I think female to male trans person, or it doesn't matter entirely, but they had loads of they'd been to see Anthony Stewart Head at various conventions and stuff, and he had signed photographs, and it was stuff that this person held very precious. And they showed up at another con after the transition and told him thanks very much, but and explained they transitioned, and they had all these photographs that of the two of them together that he had signed, with love to Susan or Sarah, but they had since transitioned. Anthony Stewart Head didn't stop at getting new photographs taken. He invited them out to his farm for the day. No, first they went to rest for like breakfast or brunch or something. He paid for the whole thing.
More than likely brunch.
Then he invited the person out to his farm for the day. Showed her all around. Got like a whole batch of new photographs printed out on his printer while he was there, signed them all, the two of them together. Fucking ace.
That's awesome.
Hello. How are you, Candlelit? Hello again. Good to see you again. I have to dust the glasses. Yeah. Orchestran.
Hi, darling. Praise be Orchestran. She is Glaswegian. She is based.
How's your day been, Kitty? What have you been up to?
Not too bad. Done a little bit more research and stuff. Like I said in one of the DMs earlier on, I've pretty much... What the fucking hell? Maybe I should have listened to it, Michael. Scotland are currently playing Bolivia and we're beating them 4-0.
It's a World Cup,
what the fuck is going on?
With all the Scottish fans banned as terrorists. Hey, Specs. Hi, Michael.
4-0. I'll need to watch the highlights of that later on. Fucking hell. Go on. Go on. So basically filling in a couple of blanks that I had on, like there is X-Men that never made it into the films, but because
there's loads of X-Men. There's
there's tons of them that never made it in from the comics into the films.
We'll get there. So
they will win a few then comics spectacularly.
I'm going to stay hydrated. I've got my American cream soda from which I didn't open last week. I've got some nice cold me and sarsaparilla. I might start with that actually. And I've got my Copperberg alcohol-free strawberry lime. So I'm going to treat myself tonight.
I like there's the mango or something, I can't remember. I like the one with like mango or something else in it. And I like the raspberry one, the mixed berry one. That one's all right, I guess. I like sort of tart, like Scotland. It is actually, darling, unfortunately. You have to remember the group that we're in's got fucking Brazil on it, who are currently 6th in the world, their lowest ranking ever. I didn't actually realise that. They were 2nd in the world the last time we were in the same group as them, fucking 28 years ago. I have hope about beating the other 2 countries, though. Mind you, in saying that, I've probably just jinxed them. Sorry, Scotland. England should end up top of their group. Rejoice, some random geek. They do be lurking. Everyone go and follow some random geek. They are awesome. They are streamer on both YouTube and Twitch. Text chat, post Twitch streams you're typing from. Thank you, A-Cup Junior. Sweet.
Oh. Katie, there's a chance to plug. What's your YouTube handle? Mad Cat Scott II. Is there some numbers?
Oh, so YouTube is my actual name. So Katie, all lowercase, Katie Marshall 4340 on the YouTubes, or Madcat 79 Scotty I on Twitch. Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
That'd be the 2. And obviously, they've got numpty women Discord.
There's 5 watching us.
Oh, bring up mine. Because I'm on this call, everyone on the YouTube, I won't be moderating on the YouTube side of things. But if any nutter comes in, we'll just ignore them.
Katie, can you type something in chat, please?
Sure.
I do the check. So my comments aren't coming up in Katie's YouTube, but Katie's might. Let's see. Hello, some random geek.
Oh, right. I'm going to have to go into my actual... Right. This will be from my...
Can you type chat from Restream?
Camera, share screen, settings.
No, just type chat from Restream. That's what we need to check. Do you use a chat on?
I have vague memories. I've got vague memories of actually typing in Restream for the chat. For I think the last one that I managed to do it in was
Okay, type something now. You'll see the chat just to the very furthest right of your screen, the bottom of the first block.
Should I see like the chat bar somewhere near where it says chat on the bottom right?
Yeah, so you should see
Oh, I
graphics,
don't.
captions, QR codes, notes, chat.
Don't see any of that.
At
Like,
the
I've got the
bottom
chat.
is help, theme, music, and then there should be a break, and then chat above that.
I've got my sources, which is basically my microphone and my camera. Hello. And I've got the chat open. I can see chat, but I can't actually type into the chat.
Oh, that's so weird.
Because
Okay,
I remember doing it for
uh,
like Victorian villainy and typing into chat if anyone knows who these people are, because a couple of names came up when we were doing. I can't remember if it was it's like one of our.
oh, hold on. So they've added a bit. It says send message to restream all channels, but it's not going up on what I post in. Isn't going up on either of your channels. So
That's weird.
yeah, if you could post it there before, you can post it there again. You should be able to.
I'll type into my Twitch, and that should come up as.
No, it won't. It won't make it. Well, you can, but it won't make a difference to debugging. But yeah, absolutely. Although I'll be able to see it here. Okay, we should sort that out somehow. I wonder what happens if I share screen to share entire screen. Oh, here we go. No, I can't actually share my restream screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Hang
on.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So
I
yeah,
don't think this will come up because this will just be.
But if you do find it, Katie, before we get into the flow of things, if you do find a way to type from restream, do let us know. GB Lock Velvision, hello, welcome to our stream of things. It's nice to have you here. First time, I think.
He is friend of Burke's.
Burke, yeah,
I rewatched.
Listened to him last night.
I rewatched that one with you, Jay. You were on fire, man. Nice one.
Sarsaparilla, bitches.
You're more than welcome to it. I've actually had that stuff. I am not going to describe to you what happened.
Like, I never really huffed glue. I only tried poppers a little bit.
Thank you, Villavision.
It's got a Guinness head coming on it.
Nope.
It's got 5 ice cubes because, like, if I want more, I have to run all the way downstairs. So I just thought, stock up. MZ, welcome to chat.
MZ.
So first time here, we usually spend half hour working on tech stuff and just blethery, small potato stuff.
I don't know why I'm not being able to chat in Restream. That's really quite. I know what it. I know what it is. I've linked my chats, and it assumes I'd be chatting from my own streams, like either YouTube or Twitch. When we first started doing this, I didn't link my accounts. I was only on your end. I linked my Twitch more than my YouTube because I was a little bit worried for like copyright claims and stuff on the YouTube because I didn't know how.
If you want to have a go now and if you want to diddle with it now, it's probably a good time. Otherwise, we'll.
I'm fine actually. So I can see my chat.
Yeah, go diddle.
I did.
Sorry, bringing down the tone as usual.
Yeah.
So we do a stream pretty much every Saturday 10 to 1, although I think for the first time ever since we started this way back in like November, I'm taking a week off. I'm going to a wedding party next week, which I'm kind of excited about. And some friends I've known for 30 odd years.
Is it Lincolnshire you're going to?
Leicester.
Wrong L one.
A couple of friends have been together 30 or 40 years, and I'm deciding to tie the knot just because, why not?
So yeah, I've basically just been doing research and stuff. Getting things in order for
we've got pretty full bit of programming for you tonight. We probably might not get through it all, but I'm really excited.
We'll try our best.
So I'm going to put up a little ticker tape with our links on it. Once I find out how to Restream, just swapped everything around a couple of weeks ago. So
right.
Maybe that's it. Chat.
That's when I wasn't able to.
Here we go. Here's a wee ticker. Great stuff. So tonight we're going to be talking about power, politics, propaganda in Marvel comics and film. Katie, who you see a link to her channels there and to mine, streams about 4 nights a week and pops up as a guest slot on various places. I tend to make pre-programmed stuff. This is my one stream a week, so I put out new stuff on a Wednesday and a Sunday. Nothing tomorrow, though. I'm taking another break. Coming into this tonight, my background is as somebody who, like, from a very young age, wanted to write scripts for comic books. So I was like at 16, every week I was sending submissions off to comic book editors and pitches, scripts, trying to get work. Eventually it came into where I learned to draw myself, and I self-published my own comics, and I got quite into that for about 20 years, and at the same time did a lot of comics journalism, underground stuff. And after a few years out of that sort of game, I'm putting together a very unique underground comics festival, which I'll probably plug later. It's fucking fantastic. Katie is an absolute fangirl when it comes to Marvel Comics. Marvel Comics were, before I got all indie and hip, they were the comics that I grew up on too. I've certainly, Katie and I have chatted at length about our various sort of beloved characters and comics. I think she's more engaged with the cinematic universe and the TV universe.
It's been over nearly. So next year will be over 20 years since I've actually read a Marvel comic. So I'm probably about 50 character arcs out. I might actually dive right back in because of the recommendation you gave me, Andy. Thank you. Does much Marvel appear on it?
I don't know. You just talk so much. When you're talking, I can't get a word in. Couple of Burks says, if you ask Katie to open up a YouTube tab, mod one of us up and we look after her chat. Oh, Jim's already there. NVM, which is I think it's a vehicle registration abbreviation, NVN. Yeah, we're trying to see if we can get Katie access from Restream, this wonderful sort of multiple stream place. Between her text chatting here and text chatting out there, because we're going across both our YouTube channels and Katie's Twitch. But you can read the comments here, can't you, Katie? You just can't
indeed
type anything for some reason. That's really fucking bizarre. Yeah.
I need to go back through the live streams that we've done and seeing what one I last typed in. Like I didn't type in last week's or the one before. That my memory gets a little bit fuzzy. The one that sticks out in my head the most is Trebich. I remember typing a lot in that one. From Restream.
I mean, it says can't post messages to some channels, but for Twitch, there's only says Twitch is read and reply ticked, so you should be able to. There's one stream for YouTube events. I would have thought it would have been two, but I don't know.
And what's been happening, a lot of it's mostly happening to leftist channels. But there's been there's not just blatant. There's been issues with either just playing just YouTube videos for people in general. For more on that, watch Kev rant when the videos aren't playing. That's your most prevalent example. Kev ranting about something never been known. Sorry, Kev.
Anne Ross, welcome to the stream. I think Watchmen might pop up tonight. I'm trying to remember why, or yeah, I do. I'll come up. Yeah. So, anybody got anybody in chat got anything to talk about, or
the deep state after Katie's chat? I wouldn't actually be surprised if the actual British state would be after me. I keep on chatting shit about them. Who'd have thunk it? A leftist being upset with our government.
Or the shallow state, both maybe, says a couple of I had a little nap earlier, so I'm a bit groggy, but the cogs will start to move, I'm pretty sure.
I've been kind of shivering for most of the day. It's been inexplicable to me why this is happening. It's been like, it's currently 15 degrees here in Glasgow. And it's the back of 10 in June. It's probably going to get worse as the summer carries on. Don't worry, if it gets too fucking hot out there, I'm staying in here, because look at this. Ooh.
Oh, I suppose what I could do is because your camera is a bit lower, I could maybe put the comments up over your head, and then they're not like blocking you out.
Some comments are over my head anyway.
Oh, I don't know how to work this chat box. Oh, here we go. Now,
it has
okay. Yeah, are you happy enough for that, Katie?
Yeah.
That'll let you see some of the comments, right? Oh no, you can't.
Oh no, I can
see them. Not let everybody see them, because we are in 3 to 5 different places. So
5.
Yeah.
Hello, 5 different channels.
5 different channels, yeah. And we did start sort of moving about windows and stuff last week. and other weeks, and then we like kind of lose one another, or we can't get the size back. So look for that later. I guess we'll make a start. What's my notes? Jesus, yeah. This is why we do things early on. Because I will need to bring up my structure, because I think I'm going to be straight on right. I wanted to start out comics was a thing in 1963, but the actual some of the characters predate that. One of the well, there was Atlas Comics and there was Timely Comics, and then they became Marvel and had a much more different focus. But if you go back to the 30s and 40s, you've already got Captain America, the Submariner, and other characters who were sort of galvanized within that World War II punch Hitler in the mouth effort. I mean, both those, Captain America, Namor, the Submariner, both of those were created by an artist called Jack Kirby, who was fundamental in creating Marvel Comics. I meant to, if you go and Google, I'm going to do it right now, actually, Jack Kirby. Yay. Pretty much everybody, every classic, with a couple of exceptions, every classic Marvel character you've heard about, except maybe Spider-Man and Doctor Strange, Kirby co-created them. He drew them from concept point. Ant-Man, the Avengers, the Black Panther, the Fantastic Four, the Hulk, Iron Man, Silver Surfer, Thor, the X-Men, and like fuck tons else. I mean, Jack Kirby was, in my opinion, one of the greatest inventors of the 20th century, or one of the greatest artists. So back in the 40s, Kirby and the co-creator of Captain America, who was what was the guy's name? Joe Simon, who worked with Kirby a lot. I think Joe Simon was a colorist or inker or just co-penciler. They created Captain America, but they were both also like fighting. They were both enlisted in the army. And at some point, the army pulled the pair of them out, realizing what a valuable propaganda tool Captain America was, and how just needed Kirby and Simon were in that role. So going through to the 1950s, and then Captain America and a few of the other Timely and Atlas sort of superheroes are kind of running in the background. But the main interest in comics is not really, although DC Comics have been publishing since the late 20s or is late 30s, the main interest in comics is not superheroes at all. It's horror and crime comics.
Yeah.
And this is where the case of I'm going to pin that comment by Lewis, which seems to have come in from YouTube and Twitch. Well, that's fine. So we get into the 50s, and we have the era of McCarthyism. Senator Joe McCarthy and his Senate subcommittee hearings, being a communist. Essentially, what people were jobs for like decades people driven to poverty, mental ill crises, whole relationship being broken up. And in the same years, in the peak of McCarthyism, came Frederick Wortham. Now, Wortham's psychiatrist who was very much enamored by the ideas of Sigmund Freud, a bit on the left, but in a kind of like very much downplaying the ideas he had. And but he was quite influential. Like, I'll give you a nice example of how influential Worth be, although he is generally regarded as one of the villains of this particular story. But much later in the 60s, there was they were talking about the segregation of schools in America and desegregation, and Wortham came in and gave evidence that any child studying in a segregated school, their educational attainment was going to be much worse. That is essentially going to be stunted. That you could give them a first class, like Yale education, but if it was segregated, they were, they just couldn't achieve their potential. And on that evidence of Wortham and speaking for desegregation, one of the states desegregated their schools. Wortham was that important to people, important to the authorities. They really listened to him. He had a voice. So he had been writing a lot of journal stuff in the 40s and 50s, and he became interested in comic books and the whole wave of crime and horror comics, but also superhero comics. And he wrote this book called Seduction of the Innocent, which is a very important tome in comic book history. So where we're coming at this now from is in terms of considering the form of the media and how the message of communications are broken up and altered and restrained and have that running all through their vein. I'm gonna put on well, I'll give an overview actually very quickly, and we'll put on a video. Essentially, Wortham's book Seduction of the Innocent really tore to shreds a lot of the comic books of the day. He drew his conclusions that these were direct impact on juvenile delinquency and crime and needed to be stopped. And this booklet, hi Jacqueline, this book was a pivotal factor on Wortham's testimony in the Senate subcommittee on juvenile delinquency, which actually it was two dates. And there's a really unusual timeline on this because the Senate must have been very much aware of Wortham's pedigree and what was in. So Seduction of the Innocent was published April 19th, 1954. 2 days later, the Senate subcommittee on juvenile delinquency met. And 3 days later, and then a fourth date on June 4th, a few months later. So we're going to play a little video Katie has sourced, which is quite good, which kind of talks us through Wortham's book and the subcommittee, and I think there's also Bill Gaines in it. No, that'll come later. Okay, so I'm going to try and anything else, Dad, Katie, or do you want to just like shout out if you want me to pause the video?
Yeah, I'll say. Don't worry. Jacqueline.
Okay. Give me a heads up if you can hear this when it starts.
No problem.
When it starts.
YouTube.
Me and where and where did it come from? Let's find out.
Got it.
Got audio?
Welcome to
Yes.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move this forward a bit because it's a couple of minutes before it really sort of starts getting into it. Yeah, a lot of self-referential stuff. Okay, it's probably a good
Or
part.
children. Shut up, Pest Scott. This isn't your time. Anyway, if there's one thing most people know about the code, it's that it was good shall triumph over evil and the criminal punished for his misdeeds. All characters shall be depicted in a dress reasonably acceptable to society. Profanity, obscenity, smut, vulgarity, or words or symbols which have acquired undesirable meanings are forbidden. These are just some and not even the most interesting ones personally. If you want to look at the whole list, I will leave a link in the description below for you to check it out. But the original rules that I want...
Sorry, I should have mentioned that. So one of the outcomes of the Senate subcommittee hearings on juvenile delinquency was the comics code, which was an independent code, which had initially very, very tight guidelines. That was just one of the impacts. This NerdSync video will talk about a few of the other ones.
Yeah. I thought this one was rather good.
I want to focus on in regards to the comic titles and covers. No comics magazine word horror or terror in its title. Restraint in the use of the word crime in titles or subtitles shall be exercised, and the word crime shall never appear alone on a cover. To me, these are the big rules, at least the rules that really help you understand.
And you couldn't actually, in the 50s and for about three to four decades afterwards, you could not put out a comic book without adhering to this code. Certainly for 2 decades, they started to find ways around it.
In the mid-1950s. As I've mentioned a few times before, superhero comics were really popular in the early 40s, but started dying out near the end of the decade and the beginning of the 50s. They were still around, but the comic industry started exploring other genres of storytelling. Two of the most popular were crime and horror. There really wasn't censorship or approval, any sort of approval system for comics at the time, so writers and artists could show these gruesome and intensely violent scenes and stories, and young kids would read them like crazy. A huge issue facing American culture at the time, delinquency. Parents worried that their children were starting to have too much freedom and didn't respect authority. And they saw these crime comic books as part of the problem. Notorious for showing criminals in desirable fashion, or even cases of the comic, these specifications for how to crimes, with some were themselves. Writer Sterling North called them, among many other things, violent stimulant, and said that parents and teachers throughout America must band together to break the comic magazine. There were also educators who believed that illiterate because they were religious groups who had strong moral content in crime and horror comics, but the real focus was on the mental effects that comics had on the minds of young children. Enter Dr. Frederick Wortham. You can't really talk about the Comics Code Authority without at least mentioning Wortham. He was a psychiatrist who is notorious for his crusade psychiatric in heart for the underprivileged. Working in this, he saw many children suffering from mental health issues, reading disabilities, and even kids who had issues with authority and or committed misdemeanors. And he was the common thread was all had read comics. In all reality, though, this isn't super surprising, right? At this time, he accused Wortham of a sort of confirmation bias. Of course he thinks comics are harmful to kids because the only kids he sees in his clinic are the ones who need his psychiatric help. He's an exposed kids who read comics and are perfectly fine. Maybe his art is based on a deductive fallacy. These kids are violent and have mental issues. These kids read comics. Therefore, comics cause kids to be violent and have mental issues. Regarding the pathology of comic books, in early 1948, the symposium would inspire a few Saturday Review of Literature and readers just to be written up and bring the issue of comic books, no pun intended, to the public eye and build momentum for the case against comics. It wasn't long after that cities across started censoring and banning comics, and some were punishable by hefty fines, even jail time. There were even a few towns that had public.
Yeah.
Thank you, A-Cup Junior.
Are you okay? I'm getting a lot of lost connection messages, but
I'm just a guest, unfortunately. A-Cup Junior or GOJ. I literally watched this 7.5 hours ago, and it worked fine. But then I went to check another one, which is in the playlist that I sent to Andy, and it started doing this just to me on my own, like YouTube, like not my actual channel, but just YouTube in general. I'm YouTube Premium. It's been doing this to a lot of people. I can suspect why, but I couldn't possibly.
Whoa, slow it. Rewind. It's getting a bit sort of internal monologue. What's the problem?
A lot of the videos that I don't know if it's just everyone, if YouTube's fixing stuff in the background that we can't see, like users or people who stream on YouTube, but lots and lots of videos have been doing this just standard people who watch YouTube videos or to streamers in particular. I don't know what's going on.
Maybe there's another reason. Maybe it's connected to all the messages I've been getting that say disconnected, reconnected, reconnecting.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, I saw these coming up and I was starting to panic, and then I was looking at our stream, and both you and I were moving, and the picture was moving. So although I'm getting these error messages, it looked like it was fine. If it's a bit jumpy, shall I rewind it a bit? And yeah, it's still sort of loading up. Yeah. Let's rewind it a bit and give it a bit of time to charge.
Fingers crossed.
Oh goodness, yeah. Yeah, it seems to have stopped loading now that I've rewound it, and it's not loading in advance. I guess we can just just try it again. Yeah.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay.
A few times before, superhero comics were really popular in the early 40s, but started dying out near the end of the decade and the beginning of the 50s. They were still around, but the comic industry started exploring other genres. Of the most popular were crime and horror. There really wasn't censorship or any sort of approval system for comics at the time, so writers and artists could show these gruesome and intensely violent scenes and stories, and young kids read them like crazy. Huge issue at the time was juvenile delinquency. Parents were worried that their children were starting to have too much freedom and didn't respect authority, and they saw these crime comic books as part of the problem. The crime books were notorious for showing criminal activity in a desirable fashion. There were even cases of the comics showing these specifications for how to commit, which some worried would inspire the young readers to try it for themselves. Writers North called them, among many other things, a, quote, violent stimulant, and said that parents and teachers throughout America must ban to break the comic magazine. There were also educators who believed that they were reading them instead of true literature.
So basically much your standard satanic panic or your moral panic of mothers that know best for other mothers. Yeah.
Radical idea. Talk to your child. That might work.
So true.
Just saying.
Then, of course, there were religious groups who had strong objections to the highly immoral content in crime and horror comics, but the real focus was on the mental effects that comics had on the minds of young children.
Yeah.
Enter Dr. Frederick Wertham. You can't really talk about the Comics Code Authority without at least mentioning Wertham. He was a psychiatrist who was notorious for his crusade against comics. In 1946, Wertham had set up a very low-cost psychiatric clinic in Harlem for the underprivileged. Working in this clinic, he saw many children suffering from anything from mental health issues, reading disabilities, and even kids who had issues with authority and or committed misdemeanors. And he noticed that the common thread was that they all had read comics. In all reality, though, this isn't super surprising, right? At this time, it was reported that somewhere around 90% of both young boys and girls were reading some type of comic book. Some have accused Wertham of a sort of confirmation bias. Of course he thinks comics are harmful to kids because the only kids he sees in his clinic are the ones who need his psychiatric help. He isn't exposed as often to kids who read comics and are perfectly fine. Maybe his argument is based on a deductive fallacy. Mental issues, these kids read comics. Therefore, comics cause kids to be violent and have mental issues. Regardless, Wertham called together a conference on the psychology of comic books in early 1908. This symposium would inspire a few articles in Time magazine, the Saturday Review of Literature, and reading and to the public eye and build momentum for the case against comics. Long after that, cities across America selling to anyone under 18 was a misdemeanor punishable by hefty fines or even jail time. There were even a few towns that had public comic book burnings, where hundreds or even thousands of issues were burned in protest. As you can imagine, the comic industry was hit pretty hard because of this, so they tried to fix it and got outside again. A few publishers came together and formed the Association of Comics Magazine Publishers.
Just paused it there because the disconnect message come up again, but seems to have vanished. Yeah,
I just wanted to...
Comic book burnings. Great, eh?
Yeah. No. I put that in the same category as everything else. Book burning. No. Boo.
I'm very grown up with these people. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very grown up.
Just while I see it in chat, actually, there was another message off topic for me. Something about would I like to write Doctor Who scripts? Absolutely. I've tried. I've submitted. But there was did the same level of censorship, asks Jack, that applied to comics also applied to TV and film as well during the 50s. There was a level of censorship and along the sort of family values lines, but it was much less severe. It really would have come from the anti-communist agenda of Joe McCarthy, where it hit TV and film. With the comics code, it essentially shut whole publishing houses down.
Or ACMP, in July of 1948. This was their way of assuring parents that their concerns were being heard and the comic publishers were trying to address them. The ACMP was marketed as having, quote, a code of ethics to assure good taste and high editorial standards. Only comic magazines that meet the code requirements are permitted to use the special code seal. There were a few problems with this, though. Number one, not many publishers decided to get on board with this seal, and number two, the seal didn't really do anything. The code was basically defunct a short 2 years later, but comics were still being printed with that seal. Director Henry Schultz said in 1950 that the association and code were both out of business. In fact, Schultz went on record in the Senate Subcommittee into Juvenile Delinquency hearings by saying, quote, "We do no self-regulation at all, except as it may exist in the mind of the editors as they proceed in their daily work." It may have initially been an organization where publishers would have to submit comics to be approved, but that was completely gone only a few years later. Those publishers were able to put that seal on their comics without having anyone actually review them. I mentioned congressional hearings. These are super important. Just hearings established to investigate juvenile delinquency, but the real focus became centered around crime and horror comics and the effect that they had on children. Around the same time, Frederick Wertham released his most famous publication, Seduction of the Innocent. This book was essentially a warning of the negative nature of comic books and how they can easily corrupt the minds of young people. The book was a huge success, Wertham being a main player at the Senate subcommittee hearings, where he just tore the comic book industry by saying things like, quote, "Butler was a beginner compared to the comic book industry. industry. Ouch. So the comic book industry walked out of the hearings pretty hurt, and the publishers and distributors decided to try again to make a comic time stick to it. So they formed the Comics Magazine Association of America later that year in 1954 and created the Comics Code Authority. The way it worked is that they would hire someone outside any individual publisher to review the comics before they would be published and make sure they adhere to the standards of the code. If a comic met the code requirements, it would go out with a seal of approval on it. But if it did not meet the requirements, it would have to be edited first to meet the standards, or it would have to be scrapped altogether. A lot of publishers went out of business because their toned down stories just weren't as well as their crime and horror comics. The original code was just way too strict. In the 70s with the rewrite of the code. One of these rewrites was born thanks to the Amazing Spider-Man number 96 that dealt with the issue of drug use. That comic was specifically requested to be made.
That particular Spider-Man drug use thing, it was actually, they didn't like the idea of doing a drugs issue, so they did like a 3-parter that was actually seeded for a lot longer in the narrative, and it's actually a really good read.
Yes.
And welfare, but Marvel still couldn't get the code to sign off on the story because it violated a vague clause in the comics code. So
all elements or techniques not specifically mentioned herein, but which are contrary to the spirit and intent of the code and are considered violations of good taste or decency shall be prohibited. So see no drugs, hear no drugs, speak no drugs.
they just printed the comic without the code's approval, and it was a success.
Say again, Katie?
That's not how life works.
No, you can't just deny something's existence and it pop out of existence, right?
I can't see it.
So how Marvel got round this particular issue? Was he just put out the comic anyway without the code's approval?
Yes.
After that, the code started going through more changes and rewrites through the late 80s as well. By that point, the rules weren't very strict, but just a little bit more generalized. It was more like, just do your best, use your best judgment, don't do anything distasteful, okay? Eventually, the code just kind of disappeared, faded out of existence. Independent publishers didn't use the code, and retailers didn't really care anymore. They sold them anyway. Plus, many publishers started using their own in-house rating systems for comics. In 2011, the last two publishers to still use the code were Archie and DC, admitted to not actually sending for approval, but just printing on their covers anyway, since their comics were pretty kid-friendly. DC, on the other hand, was still sending their comics in for approval. However, the company in charge of overseeing the nation of America was the Callan Company, who said that they stopped reviewing comics 2 years prior in 2009. So who was reviewing all of those DC comics? Well, it was one single woman named Holly Munter-Koenig, who was reading and proving all of these DC comics by her house out of the passion she had the MAA stood for. But in 2000, DC and Archie officially dropped the code seal from their comics, and the CCA was gone for good. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about Frederick Wortham, because I feel like he's the guy that everyone points to when they think of how awful CCA was, and how it kind of ruined the comic book industry at the time. Stigma that is still present today about comics solely children. The fact of the matter is, Wortham didn't want the Code Authority or any kind of self-regulation. He didn't want it. He didn't like it. Heck, they even offered him the job as the director of the CCA. He turned it down. He continued to write articles after it came out. He was as the code as you might have been. The key thing that Wortham wanted to do was simply restrict the selling of comics to children, specifically crime and horror comics. Though he taught kids that they can save the day by being stronger than your enemy and beating them up.
Yeah, he wasn't a fan of superheroes. I mean, this was another point that he put across. He was oh, my tab's changed. You still there? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that confirmatory burp. Yeah, he was kind of in a way of Kevin Smith's character Jay. He was very hung up on superhero sex lives. You know the old thing about Batman and Robin being gay, an older man and a younger boy named Dick. walking around Wayne Manor in their dressing gowns, getting caped up together, sharing adventures. Wortham postulated in his book that this was actually quite seriously a homosexual lifestyle, and was, of course, homosexuality is deviancy, as you all know and respect and
Yeah.
chat. And so Wortham spent about 3 or 4 pages writing about that. I know I've read the bloody weird thing. Catwoman is vicious and uses a whip. She's into her leather BDSM stuff. Actually, that one's fairly overt. That's fairly straightforward. Wonder Woman as well with a whip. Actually, Wonder Woman was the creation of a threesome, polyamorous threesome. Really interesting.
Oh, I forgot
worth
about that.
reading the origins of Wonder Woman sometimes. Yeah. But yeah, Wortham was really hung up on the sex lives of superheroes more than I think anybody else was given notice to at that time.
It's like he was friends with Freud or something. No, I mean, they ignore Freud, everyone, please. I beg of you. For more than that, if you see him in chat, speak to Scribby.
Well,
Do
you
not
know,
speak to Jordan Peterson.
well, no, Katie, Freud's cousin or his nephew, was Edward Bernays, went to Freud because he was having difficulty marketing cigarettes. And so if it wasn't for Freud, we wouldn't all be smoking addicts today. So,
Yeah.
yeah, because Freud helped market cigarettes. So back to the comics.
Was anti-violence. He believed that human violence could be completely eliminated someday. But he felt like these comics were teaching kids that violence isn't bad at all, but entertaining and amusing. And that's why he set out to do what he did. Not so that a comics code could be put in place, not so that comics would be heavily censored or made illegal, but just so that certain comics couldn't be sold to children under a certain age. So maybe Wortham's intentions were good, but you know what they say about history being written by the victors. So here's a huge question for you guys. One that could be, and I might even turn into its own episode someday. Should comics have stricter censorship? Now I know that a lot of you guys are going to instinctively say,
now shut up. Right. Comics are a form. Comics are not superheroes or funny ducks. It's like, it's a language, right? It's a form. Here's Omaha the Cat Dancer, named after a comic that got seized by UK Customs. Welcome in.
I didn't know that.
Aha. Very, very big news in the 80s and 90s. That's a really good video by NerdSync, I think. And there's a link to it in the there's a bibliography at the very bottom of my stream's video description. And thanks to Katie for finding that today. I'm actually going to put on another 3-minute video. We're not going to do a lot of videos tonight. This probably is the last one. But this is a clip from Frederick Wortham in the Senate Subcommittee on Juvenile Delinquency. And William Gaines is a witness. Now, William Gaines was the father of EC Comics, the wonderful publisher that put out Terror Tales, Tales from the Crypt, The Vault, all those iconic horror comics that the code essentially wiped out. They couldn't make them anymore. I mean, it started with like just Gaines and his team having to like just white out entire bits or like hand back artwork that they couldn't publish, or it was pretty nasty. But so this is like, it's literally a 2-minute video, this one, and this is Gaines and Wortham in in court together, and then we'll go on to talk about Marvel more specifically, because this is still 10 years before Marvel Comics would crystallize.
Is this, are comic books good or are they not good? If you want to raise a generation that is half stormtroopers and half cannon fodder with a dash of illiteracy, then comic books are good. In fact, they are perfect. Just a very short while ago, an 11-year-old boy committed a holdup in California and killed a woman of 42. And when the police came to an 11-year-old boy, his older brother, who's 20, said, if you want the cause of all this, here it is. It's these rotten comic books. Cut them out, and things like this would not happen.
It is my opinion, without any reasonable doubt and without any reservation, that comic books are an important contributing factor in many cases of juvenile delinquency.
The Senate Subcommittee on Juvenile Delinquency had as a prime witness Wortham. Now, as soon as I heard this thing was formed, I asked for permission to appear.
2 decades ago, my late father was instrumental in starting the comic magazine industry. He edited the first few issues of the first modern comic magazine, Famous Funnies.
Famous what?
Funnies. I was the first publisher in these United States to publish horror comics. I'm responsible. I started them. Some may not like them. That's a matter of personal taste. It would be just as difficult to explain the harmless thrill of a horror story to a Dr. Wortham as it would be to explain the sublimity of love to a frigid old maid. What are we afraid of? Are we afraid of our own children? Do we for our own too, entitled to the essential freedom to read? Or do we think our children so evil, so vicious, but a comic magazine story of murder to murder, of robbery to set them to robbery?
Well,
There we go. That was Wortham's voice you heard in those. Jacqueline asks, are there any famous British comics or equivalent to Marvel, Archie, and DC? Oh, loads. And there was also an equivalent witch hunt to this one in the 50s and again the 70s, which might make a really interesting topic for a stream sometime. It's a bit too much to talk about here, but Katie, being Scottish, knows that Scotland was one of the big homes of British comics. Essentially, you've got, I mean, somebody mentioned, I'll bring up the chat here. Somebody mentioned Watchmen earlier, and I mean, the big story in Watchmen is within a comic, you've got a universe where superheroes, so superheroes, pretty much one of the direct results of the comics code was to invent something friendlier, more family fun. You can't show violence, so it's got to be 18 violence, and it's got to be with flying men who believe in their country. And you had that through DC, but they were doing big cosmic hero books, and what Marvel did was to really focus on character, to make it personal and ground level. And Jack Kirby was a big creator, pretty much created like every main classic Marvel Comics character. Now, Stan Lee is the one that's associated. Stan Lee Presents ran on the inside of every comic by Marvel between 63 and 2003, say. You'll have heard him
Something
on
like
the
that, yeah.
cartoons. You know, he does a cameo. He did the cameos. But there's an awful lot of stories have come out about Stan Lee's meanness and his want to take credit for a lot of things that he didn't do. And a lot of these stories are sort of controversial, as in, you know, they're disputed. Others are seen as just meanness on, you know, oh, you're picking on Stan Lee, like, you know, he didn't diddle kids or anything, but he did diddle artists, financially and creatively. And to understand, well, actually, do you want to speak a minute, Niall? Do you want to talk about Stan Lee?
He wanted to get like sole credit. Unfortunately, don't get me wrong, the man was good. He was really, really good. So why do you think he was so beloved by the fans that read the comics and stuff? But yeah, he was a bit of a bastard towards the artists and the inkists and stuff. Just don't have heroes, anyone.
Your typical Marvel comic has about 7 creators on it: editor, assistant editor, writer, illustrator. Actually, usually illustrator's a couple of people: the penciler, the inker, or tracer. Those are a wee joke for those in the know. The letterer, who do the speech balloons. But I don't know how you picture a comic book being put together. The current model most comics companies and most individuals use is essentially not that different from a film script or a visual film or TV script, but you're working with still images, and you're asking for those to be drawn and creating the dialogue. Marvel, under Stan Lee, did it very differently. Something called the Marvel method. And what the Marvel method entailed was Stan Lee would write a couple of paragraphs describing what would be in a 22-page comic strip. That would maybe include the characters. You then get Jack Kirby or Steve Ditko or some other artist would go and draw those 22 pages. Sometimes Lee would come in with panel breakdowns, like he wanted, or he would say page breakdowns. You know, this has to happen on this page. But essentially, the beat and the flow, the 6 panels a page or the splash pages, was left down to the artist to engineer, and make all those decisions. Then Stan Lee or whatever writer was working under him would go in and would add in dialogue or captions, much like you might do with like a caption photo competition.
Yeah.
You'd fill in the blanks. Maybe I'm a snob, but that doesn't seem right. So that was the Marvel method, and that way writers didn't write an awful lot, and actually illustrators are always the prime storytellers in a visual storytelling medium.
Yes.
But with the Marvel method, they were taking on an absolute bulk of the work. But we are, there was also the labor practice of the work for hire contract. And I think, Marvel method lasted for a good 40 years.
It did,
it might still be in operation today. Certainly when they started bringing out like sub-imprints like Vertigo, or like where they had independent creators were brought in onto the Marvel publication, that, you know, they allowed them to write their own scripts and to insist on greater collaboration. But the work for hire contracts, essentially that an artist would turn in their work, and they would have to sign a contract that said that they had. Actually, I'm a bit fuzzy. It's not all dissimilar from 0 hours contracts. A work for hire
Well,
said you got paid for doing that one job, and they didn't know you another. And they would send a check to the illustrator on the there was something like it was on the back of a contract, or essentially when they cashed the check, that was them cashing away the rights to their work. So it's only been after many, many hard-fought years where you've managed to get, now we have the cinematic universe, where you've managed to get creators other than Stan Lee recognized. I mean, the worst story is one of the co-creators of Superman ended up sort of blind and nearly dead in a gutter because he had just been denied any kind of royalties for the use of that character. It's only even in the last 15 years, you open a comic book, maybe Deadpool, and it'll say created by Fabian Nicieza and Rob Liefeld, or whoever it was in that case.
Yeah, I should know that. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure it was Fabian was the writer.
Excuse me.
Yeah. So a bit of a troubled history, a bit of an intercepted communications. Now, Katie and I did a of content analysis. Where these characters that Marvel, the House of Marvel, built, where were these characters positioned in social class and status? You know, are they an outpouring of capitalist greed by Stan Lee and his father-in-law who owned the company? And the other, I mean, Stan Lee wasn't the only one to profit disproportionately in Marvel, corporate and creative. I mean, for many years there were battles for artists to get their artwork back.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the accepted practice was once they signed those checks, once they signed that contract, Marvel owned the artwork beyond having to use it for the comic. That artwork didn't get returned. So you end up with a lot of black market dealings and that. But anyway, Katie, how do we want to do this? Probably you should start off. Do you want me to share the screen, or do you want to just roll them off?
The different characters. Right. Fuck it. We'll start with the Fantastic Four. So you've got Fantastic Four. So you've got Reed Richards, who is for all intents and purposes, a fucking genius. His character's name is Mr. Fantastic. He's stretchy. I quite like Reed Richards. The man is, I will say again, insanely genius. Just 3 or 4. You said 5. There's 4 main ones, but there's subdivisions within each of the things that he can actually do.
He's an engineer.
He's an engineer. Yeah. Then you've got Sue Storm.
Well, hold on. Reed also owns a Baxter building, which is prime Manhattan City real estate. So he ain't cheap. And also he was the one put together this. So they went on a space mission. They got their powers. So he was like a fairly high-ranking scientist that he was able to.
He was, yeah.
Be project manager and to be sort of lead astronaut.
Yes. I kept on forgetting that. You sent me that. You put it into the Google Doc. the Invisible Woman or Sue Storm.
Do you want me to bring up that list again? Do you want me to
And
paste that in
I
Google?
should.
Discord?
Yeah, bring it up. Bring it up.
Yeah, cool. Okay.
Thank you.
Let me see if I can screen share. Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
There we go.
I will see if I can bigify that with my Bigify Ray.
Thank you. Oh, you've won in that order. It's all right. Yeah, read Richard. Excuse me, everyone. Sorry if I deafened anyone with that. You've increased it. Thank you very much. So Reed Richards, genius, aerospace engineers, astronaut, technologist, basically creates all sorts, designed their suits, blah, blah, blah. Human Torch, who is Johnny Storm. He was a fighter pilot in the movies. And so basically the United States Air Force. And goes into space as well. Firefighter and college graduate in the comics, which is the disconnect there for me for that one. It's a bit weird. I only read a few Fantastic Four comic books, but I've seen every iteration of Fantastic Four movie.
So right from the top, Human Torch, firefighter, and college grad. So this marks out a kind of a recurring feature of this list, that there's a lot of these heroes, particularly the women, who don't seem to have any actual roles either while superheroing or before superheroing. They don't have like employment. Now, presumably they're not jobless like us filth. But yeah. So Invisible Woman was a scientist. Actually, I'm not sure if that's a movie. That might be a movies only thing.
That's movies only. Yes, that's movies only. That she was a scientist essentially.
I mean, in the comics, she was essentially a collection of 60 stereotypes of women. Initially, she grew a bit with time, become a bit more multifaceted. Yeah.
Some people have equated her to like Mary Jane.
No, Mary Jane was based.
No. In the movies version, people have I've heard this a couple of times. They've equated her to like a Mary Jane.
I love Kirsten Dunst, but Mary Jane in the movies was shite. All the movies.
Then Ben Grimm, test pilot, space pilot, and he has as far as the movies go, he's got 3 engineering degrees essentially. You can probably call him like an older version of Wolowitz from Big Bang. No, really good engineer. Oh look, there we go. Avengers. Iron Man, or Tony Stark if you wish. Arms dealer, multinationalist, and gets government contracts. He was basically the human embodiment of the military-industrial complex. I have issues with Stark. We will get onto them later. Captain America, many issues. Captain America, Steve Rogers, wanted to join Second War, wasn't deemed fit enough. He was 4F, so there's classifications. So you go through when you get tested and stuff to get put on the front lines when they eventually entered the Second World War.
Lab rat is another trope we'll see come up.
Lab rat is a huge trope.
What a great job title.
For Captain, yeah.
Yeah, it's like those students line up to eat cookies or pee or jack off.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the features, interesting features of this sanctioned embodiment of propaganda was actually Captain America is much more dimensional than, say, Superman, who also is perfect and represents good American values. there's been quite a number of storylines from the 1970s onwards where Cap has disagreed with government decisions and gone rogue and
Yes.
renounced the mantle, not out of any self-doubt, but of problems with the government.
There's another trope surrounding Captain America, the trope of the Paragon, because he's a Paragon. A Paragon can do things that seem what would be classed as bad or not right, but he's doing it because he's Captain America. So the trope, the Paragon, heavily wrapped up in Captain America, essentially. War Machine, Colonel James Rhodes, or Rhodey. Pilot, seconded to basically be babysitter for Stark because government contracts and stuff. So there has to be military oversight for reasons and security and blah, blah, blah. I like Rhodey. I thought Rhodey was a really good character in both so War Machine's the actual suit that he borrows. You can say borrowed if you like.
Yeah, he's one of these heroes that kind of like starts as a sort of a wingman / sidekick and then takes over the mantle. And so I've got a wee note here actually on this one. Personal pilot. He's a colonel, Stark's personal pilot. So, he's not hiring any pilot. Overtly arms coded, deeply dedicated to the United States Air Force. So I think it was known as War Machine for a few years in the 90s. I mean, it's a very fuck you, I'm going to kill you all sort of title.
Yes.
The comic,
I like War Machine as I always thought I was...
It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
I know it's bullshit, but I like what I like.
Okay, fair comment. So the title debuted actually fairly late on in '94. Iron Man was one of the 63, class of 63.
Yeah.
And I think Rhodey came within 10 years of that.
Something like that, yeah.
War Machine, so this is ripped from Wikipedia. War Machine was introduced with a story relating to Africa and the continent's politics, perhaps a bit obvious because Rhodey is black.
Yes.
Reflecting Western interest in the subject following widespread reporting of the Somali, Rwandan, and Liberian civil wars. So there we go.
Yes.
Got the Falcon, I'm sure you're all familiar with. So in the comics, he was a community social worker in the streets of Harlem. But he's also been retconned twice. To be the first time he was a pimp, a thug, and a drug dealer who had been hypnotized into thinking that he was a community social worker. And then it turned out that he'd been retconned into thinking he was a pimp, a thug, and a drug dealer. The blacks, eh?
Yeah.
And in the films, he was a United States Air Force pararescue man. Yeah. Winter Soldier. So initially, Bucky Barnes, Captain America's sidekick in World War II.
Yeah.
Was essentially in the comics, he was an army brat, described as army brat and army mascot. Like those are his jobs. The movies are a bit realer. He's a sergeant, and then if you've seen the Winter Soldier films, he's a killer. Is he Hydra? Is that?
Yeah, he's Hydra. Yeah,
Hydra. So Hydra will come to is but not in any detail. Is a neo-fascist organization.
Yes.
With strong German links, if I remember.
Yes, Baron von Strucker, anyone?
Von Strucker, Red Skull.
Yeah.
Dr. Bruce Banner, military scientist. One one of my favorite plots of the Incredible Hulk was when Dr. Banner decided, it was in the 1980s, he decided that releasing gamma bomb technology was a bad thing. So he got in a truck with his sidekicks and supporting characters, and they broke into various military bases around America and started like stealing and demolishing the gamma bomb technology.
Yeah.
Silver Surfer. I'm sure many of you know that hip flying silver dude on a surfboard, space surfboard. Herald of Galactus. So he's pretty much an ambassador. He shows up to Earth or whatever planet and says, I represent Galactus. He's going to eat you now.
Yeah, I'll just do that. I'm a representative of Galactus, the world destroyer. He literally, this being goes up and literally eats planets. Thor, Hellenist and kind of Norse mythology individual here. Sorry, I'm tedious. So Thor in the comic books and in the movies, that Thor is a pure invention, essentially. Don't get me wrong, long years it was mentioned in the Prose Edda and the Poetic Edda. Thank you, Snorri Sturluson, you fucking lunatic. But yeah, basically, Prince of Asgard, going to inherit the throne, blah, blah, blah. Mjolnir, the god of thunder and lightning and...
Jack asks, Jacqueline Jack H asks, was a character Falcon in the comics black like he is in the movies? Yes. Yeah, there were a few. Actually, Marvel was a bit better on racial diversity than DC. I mean, most of the characters, yes, white.
Yeah.
That's something we should probably consider, actually, at some point, the race switch thing or not race switch. For example, I think the Kingpin has mostly been shown as black, is white in the comics. This is something that actually does matter to me, because I think if you've got a character with a non-white identity, that goes with its certain trappings of, or certain attachments of wealth, of status, of how society looks at them, which a black character will be, or an ethnic character will be on the other side of. So I'm very much in favor of Nick Fury is another one, white in the comics, black in the films. And I
actually quite liked that they
yeah, because
changing him to a black man.
How many black men are heads of international espionage operations for decades and decades?
Yeah. You're going to have to take over for that one. The one under Thor.
Namor, I don't think Namor's made his Marvel film and TV debut yet. Namor is the Submariner. He's kind of like the Aquaman of Marvel. He represents the undersea kingdom, and he's pretty much the king down there. He's the Prince Namor.
Prince Namor.
Initially in Fantastic Four, a love triangle between Reed Richards, Sue Storm, and Namor, which lasted for many years. So yeah, on to Nick Fury. Nick Fury is another of those really old characters. Initially, Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos, part of that World War II comics trend. In the films, to make it more believable in terms of aging, he was involved in the Cold War. Initially a CIA agent, and then becoming director of the organization SHIELD, which in the comics is espionage, law enforcement, counterterrorism. Interesting little difference in the film: Homeland Intervention, enforcement, and logistics. Homeland Intervention. Any thoughts on that? It's a bit, yeah. Round them up.
Basically blackbacking people. You can actual IRL. You can think of Venezuelan. No, the one they basically went in and captured. You can think of them doing things like that. I loved the way Stark described him in Avengers Assemble. He is the spy. He was the spy.
A comment from a couple of Burks on Namor. A couple of Burks has been doing their homework. Namor was the ruler of an underwater kingdom hell-bent on isolation and ruling with an iron fist through combat. It's North Korea.
Oh.
He's underwater North Korea.
Cool.
We've got the Wasp, Hank Pym or Henry Pym. So again, another trend, born of wealth, but like from science, because their parents or one parent was a wealthy scientist.
No, both, and this is the movies. Both of them were scientists. They really very dedicated to each other and stuff. So the Wasp is Hope Van Dyne. In the movies, it's Hank and Janet's daughter.
Janet Van Dyne. Take
Janet
your movie shit out of here. Comics all the way. Yeah, so initially in the comics, she was for a short while a lab assistant and then a longer fashion designer. Again, this is one of these times when the comics seem to have not put any thought into this person having a job. And then he settled on a good womanly role like fashion designer, because what do women care about? Clothing.
Apparently.
In the film, as Katie says, she was on the board of Pym Technologies, which brings us to the Pym Technology founder, Ant-Man. I can't remember. What's his name again, Katie? Hank Pym. Yeah.
Hank Pym.
So I couldn't remember. I found this on Wikipedia. Insect scientist is endocriminal. No.
Entomologist.
Right.
Entomologist, which is the study of things that have exoskeletons, essentially. So the hard carapace, like not like our skin, which is flexible and lets things.
He was also quantum. Oh, have we lost Katie? No.
It dipped there for a second. I'm back.
We're back. Yeah, he was also a quantum physicist. You know, I heard something today. I can't remember where I heard it, but something about the fields of nanotechnology and quantum physics. So, quantum physics and relativity. Quantum physics initially started with like an interest. The field started with an interest in the very small and grew into like considering big cosmic stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas relativity started thinking about big cosmic stuff and then got down to the sort of atomic level.
Yes.
Interesting.
That's where you get my lurk message from that I say to everyone if they do the lurk. Blah chatter is lurking in the void, and my reply to that is watch out for the tardigrades. And if anyone's seen the movie, they'll know what I'm getting at.
Cute little
I like
bears.
that.
They're like the space gerbils, aren't they?
It's actually quite a good description for them. Yeah.
Hawkeye, again, one of these people in the comics doesn't really have a job. He was a carny and then a marksman. I don't know. Is that?
Yeah.
I guess assassin. I guess that's what a marksman is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the films, a shield agent, spy, espionage, Black Widow, again the same. In the comics, so she was occupying those roles. Black Panther, black, out, proud, but monarchy. Yeah,
But
'cause you have
monarchy, yes.
monarchy.
He was prince before the dad died in shit. I forgot the film. Fuck. The end of Civil War. My mind's just went completely blank on Black
I
Panther. So basically, he becomes King T'Challa, the king of Wakanda. Kilgore tries to take him out to become and bring Wakanda out in the open instead of getting shielded because vibranium and metallurgy and brilliant scientists. Yeah.
Hello, Dan. Hello, Flow Snake. But I've not said hello to. Katie, I'm just going to take a pee break. Do you want to go on and read through some of those?
Yes, I will indeed. I'll go back up a bit. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
There we go.
There we go.
There, that's perfect. Just leave it right there. Thanks. So yeah, Black. Wakanda forever. Those were the only two movies that I never saw in the cinema. So Black Panther and Wakanda Forever, I didn't go to see them in the cinema for health reasons. I don't think I would have been able to survive through them anyway, because at that point, when those from about Black Panther onwards, my health took a nosedive. So I still went to see Infinity War and Endgame, and the pair of them nearly fucking ended me. Captain Marvel was originally an Inhuman in the comic. Captain Marvel was
there's been about in the comics. There's been about 6 different Captain Marvels, but
yeah, it's
the one I have on the
so,
list is the longest one. The United States Air Force officer,
Carol Danvers. Yeah,
Carol Danvers. Yep. / human Kree hybrid. So I think that's the state of play with the character in the films. But
yes.
in the comics, one of the previous Captain Marvels was a human Kree hybrid, not the current Danvers one. So yeah. Miss Marvel. Oh well, we'll come to the Inhumans. Genetic lineage. Dr. Doom, authoritarian monarch, ruler of Latveria and scientist. And then Loki, who's probably second or third in line to the throne, right?
Second.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're going down to the X-Men, but I mean, from looking at our content analysis so far, it's kind of obvious that despite Marvel, even, under Jack Kirby's purest creative form, despite them wanting to put personalities in where they're very much the normal person, the person you can identify with, they are all of a certain class, be it military, and again, that will come from Lee and Ditko and Lee and Kirby and Ditko and Simon, them all, I think serving in World War II. I mean, Simon and Kirby definitely did. But all sort of wealthy aristocrats, monarchs, very, very little there that are kind of like you or I.
Yeah.
Of course, the X-Men is, and always was from the beginning, encoded as to represent minorities. They were race coded.
Yeah.
They weren't always. There were sort of 2 generations of X-Men. There were a very sort of basic sort of group of characters, and then some good creations. And then the book almost got cancelled, and then they got reinvented to many of the X-Men that we know today that are quite like a racially diverse group. So they were always sort of encoded outcasts either by race or representing disability. Yeah. But
yes.
break them down, as we shall see, and things are a bit not what they appear.
Yes, so you've got Professor X, or Charles Xavier, gifted scientist, wealthy. His parents were wealthy. The mansions in Westchester and the New York State. Aid worker worked with Moira McTaggart.
We can't say this. To be fair, his mansion is also a school. So
It is, yeah, it's a school. It is a school. So technically a headmaster. I would say principal because it's gosh. Okay. So yes, headmaster. I find that I found that
both
on
he and
later
Magneto are
in
based
my
on a
reading.
number of.
People,
They're both
yeah.
based on a number of prominent Israeli politicians of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I've been
and
reading
as
the
you-
X-Men for years before I found that out. It's mad.
Oh yeah, it's quite well, but more so with Magneto. Is it overt?
Oh god, yeah.
Both in the comics and film, he's shown to be a Holocaust survivor.
I like that opening. One of the scenes in the first X-Men movies where they're getting rounded up, they're getting put into the camps or onto the trains and stuff. I can't quite remember. And he literally, his latent powers come to realize that he manages to use them and basically breaks and bends down the fencing surrounding where he is. So yeah.
Has
Extreme trauma.
Look at this? Has anybody informed Keir Starmer that Magneto is essentially a negative representation of Jewish people, therefore an anti-Semite? Keir Starmer really needs to know about this because it's not acceptable. No, Keir, please intervene.
Yes.
Like a good human rights lawyer you are. So Wolverine, I actually had to do a bit of digging to find this because he's one of those characters that his job is being a character.
Yeah.
I knew he was a bouncer. He was a bouncer for a pub for a couple of years. But there we go. Born to rich farm owners, miner, CIA agent, and a teacher at the Xavier School. Scott Summers, not really a job, teacher. Jean Grey, a professor's daughter. It's not really a job either. They do kind of sneak in that she's a space shuttle pilot, but they don't say it like I just did, that she can pilot the X-Men's craft, the Blackbird. Captain Britain, here's one you don't know about. Captain Britain, I think, is a mutant, and he is often affiliated with the X-Men title. So Brian Braddock, I think he was born in Essex, did he study in Dundee? He studied somewhere in Scotland.
Oh dear God. That was one of the ones that I left off because I've never read any Captain Britain, unfortunately. I don't know why.
Alan Moore did his first superhero work on Captain Britain, and it is a ride. It's a fun ride. Frequently travels, research and manufacture of advanced aerospace, mansion, and probably has a couple of homes. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Once again, Magneto's kid, genetic lab rat. Scarlet Witch's job is being a victim, as most women's job are. Sorry, I'm so fucking sorry tonight.
It's okay, don't worry.
Quicksilver, government agent. Much later.
Yeah.
And then we've rounded off with a bunch of non-affiliated ones. I take these three, Katie, and then I'll, if you can do a bit. Spider-Man, boy scientist, persecuted in the media, photographer / teacher. Doctor Strange, renowned neurosurgeon, Manhattan townhouse, bigger on the inside than it is on the outside, but he has a live-in servant. She-Hulk was a sheriff's daughter, then assistant to the DA and lawyer, and was doing fourth wall breaks as a regular thing long before Deadpool was even a glint in their daddy's eye. Speaking of which, Deadpool, Katie.
Labra, comic books, Labra, mercenary, Labra develops cancer, Labra gets tortured to release latent mutant powers, blah, 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 powers of regeneration, can't die, all that sort of stuff. Contractors inside social mental illness, well, the cancer would do that to you, so yeah. Got the name Deadpool to see who would die on these missions and stuff. That's fun. It's also another film. Please ignore that one. But yeah, snark to the extreme. I love his catchphrase, maximum effort. He has katanas that I used to do sword fighting. That's right. He's one of my favorites. So yeah. Developed cancer, multiple tumors, gets basically we've got this and we'll pay for it, we'll get you cured, blah 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 and all that. But what they were doing was basically torturing these patients.
Katie,
so it's called
Katie, he's not real. He's not real.
I know
Katie.
he's not real.
I know he talks to you directly, but he's not real.
He doesn't talk to me directly. I love the fourth wall breaks. You have to remember, I've read a lot of the Greek plays, Hellenistic plays.
You probably haven't come by the Inhumans, which are, I think Jack Kirby created. I think there was a TV show that lasted one season. So essentially, they are. There's like.
Oh no, I've watched them.
Oh, was it any good?
No.
Okay.
No.
So essentially, they're like 6 or 7. They're a royal family that live on the moon.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it, isn't it? Yeah.
Giant dog.
They're one of Kirby's less favorite creations, but they keep coming back. They have a big dog. The dog's fucking cool. It's telekinetic, and their leader can't speak because he would like explode a sun or something. That's pretty cool as well. But
I quite like that power.
Jacqueline asked, was Blade the same character that was played by Wesley Snipes? I do believe so. The vampire killer who grew up in the streets of Harlem again. Mother was an heiress and has worked with S.H.I.E.L.D. Another black to black character. One of the more popular black characters Marvel put out back in the 70s.
Incredibly popular. Yeah.
I initially just wrote Daredevil off Matt Murdock as lawyer, but I did some digging, and he grew up from a fairly sort of working class background. Jessica Jones shocked me a bit because there's a load of stuff in Marvel Comics about her before she became it shouldn't be a surprise really, but before she became a big Netflix character. Her father was a Stark employee. She was a journalist with the Daily Bugle. She was in the lab the day Peter Parker got bitten by that spider, and she had a crush on him and worked with him at the Bugle, and then became a private detective. And just a shout out for the Jessica Jones Netflix series. Yes, as Jacqueline says, was great. I've never actually read the comics, shamefully, but the first season of that Netflix series is fucking gold. That's total ally stuff.
Praise
right up
be
there.
Specs. Praise be Specs being farmer. I'm on to the 4th episode.
Okay, remember what I told you about reading out random comments when we can't? Oh, right, yes.
I was just saying that I'm watching it now.
Specs is Katie's dealer. He's got a car and he's got these dodgy looking DVDs in it. He says they're just porn, but I don't believe him.
No, so I'm yeah. Oh, Another
Has
one I
Moon Knight
haven't
been
seen.
on the TV yet?
You have to pay for it at Disney Plus, I think. Just like everything else. I haven't actually. I've seen shorts about it. I like the Egyptian gods. They're quite cool.
A very stylized character.
Oh God, yeah.
Again, dates from that 70s period where Marvel were
Yeah.
starting towards doing more horror and crime themed stuff. Starting to push the limits of the code a little bit around the edges to see what they could get away with. So the Moon Knight is somebody with multiple personality disorder. So he's got like 3 specific personalities: a billionaire businessman, a cabbie detective, and a police consultant. And it's pretty sure he actually has the powers of all 3. So yeah, not your average mill, but another who's quite financially well off. Katie, I suspect I'm probably not as passionate about Guardians of the Galaxy as you are. So do you want to take this one?
Of course, of course. So you've got the Guardians of the Galaxy. You've got Star-Lord, or Peter Quill, who's a human celestial hybrid, essentially. So his mum was human, his dad was Ego, the living planet, imbued with powers, snarky, really good fighter. Yeah, you've got Gamora, daughter of Thanos. After he basically ended her civilization, he basically kidnapped her, made her a living weapon. Really good. Again, a phenomenally amazing fighter. Wanted to try and break free of Thanos and his fucking lunacy, essentially. Gamora, the way they treated her in the MCU is completely fucking shameful. Feige, fuck off. Rocket is a genetically manipulated raccoon, weapons expert, breaks out of prison, whatever, when he gets put in, manages to get out. Groot's his bodyguard, a living tree who says, "I am Groot." And Rocket decodes it, essentially. Groot's amazing. He shields them at the end of the first one and starts recruiting.
Spoilers. It's only 12, 14 years after some people might not have seen it.
Yeah. Drax the Destroyer. I can't remember the race.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I couldn't
Drax.
really find anything on him apart from that he was a criminal. A big,
Yeah.
big I think it's only the 3 left. Isn't that right? Yeah. Oh shit, there's more still to get to. Okay. Punisher, cop, U.S. Marine Corps, Vietnam veteran, didn't get over it. The Kingpin, poor Russian immigrant to mobster, crime lord, businessman, and philanthropist, mayor of New York City. I'd really like to read that story to see if it's any cop. Links with the Japanese Yakuza type outfit, The Hand, and the neo-fascist group Hydra. Just a few storylines really quickly that I've sort of been quite overtly on these themes through the ages. The Mutant Registration Act, which required any mutants. Now, if you've never read a Marvel comic, a mutant is different from the usual superhero. They are given their powers at birth through a freak genetic accident, and that's how they come to represent outcasts, rather than, you know, if you got your powers through radioactivity, then you're a legitimate hero.
Yes.
It's a very important distinction. So a long-running storyline in the comics through the requirement for mutants to register with the government. You had Days of Future Past, which was kind of like what's a good analogy for that for somebody who hasn't read it? It's one of these dystopian nightmares where a mutant like flashes forward, like Skynet and Terminator. You know,
yes,
that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
So mutants are being hunted down by these government-sponsored killer robots, and they're just being drawn into extinction. And the Genosha storyline is a similar sort of thing. The mutants have gathered on this island called Genosha, which is meant to be his home for mutants, and it is bombed, utterly decimated, drives the world's population of mutants down considerably. This was long before the breakout of the latest iteration of the Israeli-Palestinian persecution. The Genosha storyline was written by your Scott friend Grant Morrison back in, oh my God, was it 2000 and something? Really great storyline. And Civil War, which kind of takes its inspiration from the Mutant Registration Act and is essentially a superhero registration act, but involves unmasking and quite a fun bit of storytelling, because you get Captain America. It's one again, turns on his government again, the seditious bastard, and refuses to fall into line. The Punisher, meanwhile, decides to suck the president's cock and shoot Captain America down in the back, maybe. Yeah,
that sounds correct. Yeah.
Or vigilante.
So it's the Mutant Registration Act in the X-Men movies, everyone, and in Civil War it's the Sokovia Accords after Age of Ultron in the movies. So then that's where you get the lines drawn for Civil War. So you've got Captain America, who's not going to sign them. That's basically saying, why should we do this? Steve has got a point here. He may have volunteered, and he may be chosen or volunteered to get this super serum put into him to make him Captain America and go and punch Hitler in the face. But ones who come to their powers through either accident or by design by outside forces, unbeknownst to the individual, having to sign on to a register or an accord or whatever you want to fucking call it, basically a law. So those lines were drawn, and Tony was trying to distance himself from his previous life and saying, no, this will be good for us, and we'll work within the work with, not for. Tony, that's not going to fucking happen. You know exactly what the government's like. Just saying. So there was lines drawn down the middle for Civil War, and it's always a theme that cut it. Like the Civil War, in the film, it ended and stuff. You get Anna, blah blah blah, but it's a running theme through the comics. It gets brought up after it's been put down, if you wish. But the Civil War movie itself, I've tried on so many occasions to get Super Hubby to watch it, so you can see why I'm so frustrated from that movie onwards.
Yeah, it's a bit paint by numbers, really. I much prefer the second Captain America movie for a good sort of espionage, government versus thriller. Along the sort of lines of this subject. Flow Snake, just before I pop off to bed, I'm very pro-Russian in terms of the Russian people. I'm very anti-Putin and his pointless colonial war, but it's Putin doing this shit, not Russia. Good point. Flow Snake. This article comes to us from a couple of Burks. It's published on the Institute for Youth and Policy. How do the Marvel movies promote the US military? Published by Lily Fox, 2021. So I think we're going to jut around because it's midnight already. It's like we've been on 2 hours. I can't believe the time has just flown so quickly. So I'm gonna skip a lot of this sort of stuff about a talking raccoon in space is military propaganda. A lot of this sort of hyperbole because Katie can do that.
Yes.
But if we get to the meat, and we might be able, if we do that, we might be able to squeeze in the third article.
Yes.
Take it a paragraph at a time. I'll go for the first one and let you jump on, Katie.
Carry on.
United States. So this is on the very first Captain America film, the first Avenger. The United States military actually worked with Marvel Studios in their design of the Captain America character. The studios. The Captain America character was already designed by Kirby and Simon. But because of this, because of the Army's input, they allowed Marvel Studios to film at Camp Edward. They thought that Captain America possesses the values of today's modern soldier, and thus they supported the film. The film also heavily promotes American patriotism and even included historically inaccurate portrayals of the United States military, such as having non-segregated battalions in order to make their image look better. Captain Marvel, Katie.
This film was full of military propaganda and worship. In fact, a military pop culture website labeled the movie as the recruiting tool for the Air Force's dreams. Yes. The chief of the Community and Public Outreach Division at the Secretary of Air Force Public Affairs actually confirmed to that website that the Air Force did work on Captain Marvel with the studios, which in order to do so, the Air Force needs to approve of the script beforehand. Fun. He also said that the Air Force works with a number of studios in order to ensure that the representations of the Air Force are accurate. He also stated that he hopes that seeing Carol Danvers on screen will boost the popularity of the Air Force. In fact, due to the success of Captain Marvel, the movie, the Air Force saw the highest number of female applicants to the Air Force Academy, and it's behind me. I can't see in 5 years.
Oh.
Yes, I actually went and checked that. I should have actually posted to you where I went and checked that. Yes, it had a 36% increase in female applicants to the Air Force Academy. Yeah,
that's quite substantial.
It is. Yeah, you still have to. They still had to go through the obviously selection and stuff like that. But yeah, people applying to become part of the Air Force.
They kick out the ones that say I can fly and they think I can fly and stuff. Sorry, I just get a flash of Bill Hicks saying anybody who is dumb enough to want to join the military should be allowed to. But Tony Stark, Iron Man, a billionaire who runs a weapons company that almost kills him.
Yes.
Let's get this one out of the way quick. It's the longest paragraph yet. Tony Stark is a war profiteer. He was in the Middle East selling weapons to the people there when he got caught in the blast. Stark made the Iron Man suit because he did not think the United States was doing enough in the Middle East. Tony Stark is the embodiment of the military-industrial complex, which we might refer to a few times as the MIC, if it's a bit too long-winded.
Yeah.
In fact, in exchange for use of their weaponry, Marvel Studios had to make sure their script was fully approved by the Pentagon, which led to a few lines being cut from the original script. In fact, the author of National Security Cinema, what the fuck is that? An
actual department in the American government.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I knew that before actually reading that this article. Yes, fun.
The NSC, National Security Cinema, stated that without the Pentagon's support, it is possible that the Marvel Universe wouldn't have become the world's biggest film franchise. The first two Iron Man films benefited from over $1 billion worth of planes and equipment as props and set dressing. Some of the most iconic scenes in the film come as a result of military assistance. The film also relies heavily on American exceptionalism. Americans are the greatest of all people on the planet. They are not mere mortals like you and I. And paints the people in the Middle East as terrorists, which they are. Sorry, which is a common trope in war movies in the Middle East. Yeah, if you happen to live near the equator or near some sand, you're obviously out to kill people.
apparently.
Not the Ang Lee one, because you wouldn't like me when I'm Ang Lee. Yeah, so the Hulk. Oh, is it your turn now?
Yes.
Yeah.
The censorship this movie went through in order to be able to receive any Department of Defense funding is disturbing. It is. The military cut out any dialogue that referenced using guinea pigs as test subjects because it referred to actual experiments the military performed using human subjects. Fun! As well as a reference to Operation Ranch Hand, which was the military effort of dropping pesticides in Vietnam to starve the Viet Cong. What the fuck? If the military feels the need to cut out parts of a script due to those parts referencing the disgusting things they have actually done, then that is horrifying in terms of transparency as well as censorship.
It really is, yeah.
United States prides itself on freedom. You want me? Why is the government restricting Marvel's ability to speak out against the government?
Yeah.
Why indeed?
Nobody expects superhero comics to be documentary, to be journalism. But the more elements of realism in stories about flying men and women, the more they are grounded in the real world, the more we as readers or moviegoers can experience them, can feel that they say something as to regards our lives. So it's censorship. It's as simple as that.
It's pure censorship, yes. I thought they had freedom of speech.
Yes. Yes, but also freedom. Well, censorship's kind of like freedoms. No, it's not really, is it? It's not. No. What's next? Captain America: The Winter Soldier. This one's going to hurt because it's one of my favorite movies. Tough. I'm here to destroy your childhood.
Yeah.
Belt down, Katie. We're going to poke you repeatedly. And all you fans out there, time for some torture. The propaganda here becomes more subtle, as this is around the time Marvel started to part ways with the US government for a while. The first thing it needs, so this is the basic plot of Winter Soldier is S.H.I.E.L.D., the big spy organization, has been infiltrated by neo-Nazis and neo-fascists to like an astonishing level. The first thing that needs to be noted is that the Pentagon once again partially funded this film. This is in large part due to the positive portrayal of veterans, specifically the Falcon. Sam is a veteran who Steve befriends. Sam also happens to struggle from PTSD due to his time in combat. Sam's PTSD, in comparison to other characters, Thor, ! Is treated with great care in this film. Sam is allowed to accompany Steve on it. Come on, character bio. You didn't need all that. In addition, the film was filmed at a military base near Cleveland, Ohio. In order to have permission to film, Marvel Studios promised that the military would have a significant portrayal in the film. It is also worth noting that although the villains are Nazis, they are also Russian coded, with Bucky's trigger words all being in Russian. This also plays into the Cold War era rivalry and depiction of Russia being evil. Chances are, if a film or TV show is using military equipment in the show is being partially funded by the Pentagon and other branches of the Department of Defense. Actually, Katie, are you feeling up to doing a bit of reading there?
Yeah, give me a second. I've just got a pop-up coming on the screen.
Oh, that's okay. I'll do a sentence. This is because movie studios get to use the military equipment for free if the Pentagon approves of their script, which does not seem too bad money-wise. Marvel's ties with the military ended after Age of Ultron, the movie right after Captain America: Winter Soldier. due to the plots of Marvel films changing and beginning to paint the US Gov in a negative light. The military ties, however, were brought back and strengthened due to Captain Marvel. I have seen Captain Marvel, and oh my god, it's just an end-to-end military US Air Force pornography.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I felt pretty dirty actually after watching it, and I don't feel dirty after watching most pornography.
I can take over now if you wish.
Yep, we're just there.
Yeah, in both of these movies, there also appears to be thinly veiled propaganda. It wasn't thinly veiled to me. That is up for interpretation. For example, in Black Panther, there is one CIA agent, a white man, one of the only white people in the movie. That is correct. In a movie filled with black people who are there to help the vibranium investigation. This has not been confirmed to be propaganda. No, we decide if it's propaganda or not the people who are obviously.
Yeah, they don't really come out and say, "Hey, we're going to do a propaganda now."
Well, obviously, some of it has been very fucking overt, and we know it's propaganda. Well, those of us who can see, yeah, this is jingoistic nonsense. Thanks. But many analysts have interpreted this character to be pro-CIA propaganda. You can try your best. In fact, if you read the end credits of WandaVision closely, you can see that the propaganda that the Pentagon helped fund the show. Fun. Which makes sense as Jimmy Woo is an FBI agent and they use military cars and missiles in the show itself. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Disney Plus's newest Marvel TV show, also appears to be funded by the Pentagon.
It's more military porn, really.
Although I cannot confirm until the actual show premieres. Update since I saw the first episode. The show is funded by the Pentagon, and the antagonists that are verbally stated are people who believe the world is better off without borders, are anarchists. Just some food for thought. They're not anarchists. I've analysed it.
Yeah.
They are not anarchists. Trust me on that one.
The protesters are the bad guys, right?
Obviously.
I'd take this one.
Yeah.
I think this, I just started reading this, makes a really good point. In terms of policy, there is absolutely no reason why the Department of Defense should be spending American taxpayer dollars on movies. Military budget is already higher than any other developed country. And it turns out part of that is going towards making sure movies don't expose the screw-ups of the government, apparently. It's a waste of money. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I'm agreeing with you, apparently.
It's a waste of money that could be spent in healthcare, infrastructure, literally anywhere else. In addition, the government is censoring people from talking about failures in the government. That is propaganda. That is censorship. For all the talk, big talk we have about freedom of expression in America and how the government cannot limit freedom of free expression, that appears to be a lie because the government can and will limit what you can say negatively about them in exchange for you using some of their equipment. That's wrong. So that'd be Lily Fox, a 20-year-old from Illinois. Good on her.
Well done, Lily.
Thank you. Let's see. I'm gonna. We raced through that quite quickly. I don't know if we want to try the ink stick one. How long is that?
It's roughly the same length as this one, more or less.
Oh, it's a little bit. Well, maybe the same length of what we read.
Yeah. And we can skip parts of it as well. I'm going to have to give me a couple of minutes, please.
Do you want me to go ahead and start reading it, or wait?
Yeah. I won't hear because it's plugged into the monitor. But yeah, carry on.
All right, don't take your microphone with you because sometimes I do that by accident. No, I don't really.
I do it. Well, no, mine is also plugged into the laptop. I can't take it with me anywhere. Okay. I will be back, everyone. Don't worry.
So this is another find. We're going to articles tonight. Rude. The second one was also found by a couple of perks. I have actually managed to be reading stuff in chat. Thank you for keeping it going. There's an on-topic one. Yeah, I'm looking for either the on-topic stuff to put on screen or the really funny stuff. I mean, the comics have always done the military thing, the propaganda thing, the CIA thing. But I think just seeing it on screen just feels that more deadlier, particularly the military stuff, because I mean, in comics, it can be, it's pen and paper, colored felt tips and stuff, and colored pen ink. But like seeing it on screen, it's like representing and reproducing the horrors of that military machine. It's a bit more intimidating. It's a bit more divorced from the escapism that I go to those characters and titles for. I don't really want to be reminded the military exist. I'm not trying to forget about it, So, Inkstick. Right, here we go. So, article by Ashley Gate from April last year. Marvel's military-industrial complex, how our superheroes have been subverted to sell war. The media we consume is not created solely to entertain. The minds behind the characters and tales we enjoy work to showcase a picture of the world they wish us to see. Superheroes are no exception. We were first introduced to Captain America when he punched Hitler in the jaw on the cover of his 1941 comic book, 9 months before the US would officially join World War II. His image was used throughout the decades to glorify US war efforts and animate the idea of American exceptionalism. While much has changed since the 40s, Marvel's superheroes remain dedicated to advertising the US's military pursuits. No less than 6 Marvel movies have been made with financial support from the US military. By subsidizing military hardware, allowing media conglomerates to film on military bases, and facilitating the recruitment of off-duty soldiers as extras, the Pentagon validates the movie's script and weighs in to approve the final film with advanced viewings. It's probably good for morale as well. Film crew on the base. Not just recruit your soldiers, but keep them. This seemingly fantastical connection between hawkish foreign policy and the blockbuster MCU cinematic universe is not make-believe. Pop culture has been militarized. Americans are often inundated with cultural projects such as movies, games, and TV shows that promote militarism, leading America's cultural identity to become intertwined with the nation's military interests. Iron Man, a worldwide phenomenon and foundational character in the $31 billion MCU, amassed his fortune by manufacturing weapons. Character between the big screen and the comic book has always been enmeshed in the defense industry, serving as Secretary of Defense in one comic and head of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ooh, didn't know that. Great. I must rush out and get those ones. What one writer called America-centric intelligence agency, referring to S.H.I.E.L.D. First Iron Man movie, Pentagon assistants. The latest, Dr. Doom was crowned global emperor. And in response, okay, spoilers here for the next Iron Man / Dr. Doom movie. Cover your ears now if you don't want to hear it. I'll be about 10 seconds. Sees Iron Man returning to Stark Industries board of directors to stop his reclaimed company from manufacturing weapons. And in order to stop his company manufacturing weapons, returns to manufacturing weapons. What the fuck? Right, welcome back. Spoilers are done. So, the real-life business of war, coined a military-industrial complex, was born in the early days of the Cold War. According to Miriam Pemberton, author and associate fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies, it began when the leaders of the US decided that temporary emergency work orders of World War II, which redirected vast swathes of America's private production capacity towards weapons manufacturing, needed to become permanent and maintain the arms makers in perpetuity. For such a system to endure indefinitely, the MIC needed friends in high places. Now, with more lobbyists and congressional members of the House, Americans' weapons manufacturers spread their contracts across the American landscape. Pemberton called it a political protection racket that furthers what should more accurately be titled the military-industrial congressional complex at a recent Costs of War event. And through this racket, the US MIC, military-industrial complex, continues to expand its hegemony over the global arms trade. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute latest fact sheet, the US exported 43% of major global weapons between 2020 and 2024, with the country's share of the global arms exports increasing by 21% over the last decade. Welcome back, Kitty. Hi, welcome back.
Want me to take over?
Yes, please.
Far from the often touted World War II era idea of America serving as the arsenal of democracy, 75% of countries considered to be not free by Freedom House receive defense articles or services either by US government or an American commercial vendor to a foreign client. Yeah, and the public has serious qualms about US arms sales. No wonder. With 70% agreeing that these exports make America less safe. Correct. According to a 2019 poll by the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, these attitudes shifted in the early days of US exports to Ukraine to defend itself against the Russian invasion of their country, and were again altered by widespread opposition to providing arms to Israel that were used in its campaign of mass slaughter in Gaza. It's a genocide, everyone, by the way. The antipathy towards arms sales does not extend to the men and women of the US Armed Forces. Sometimes it does. According to Pew Research, most Americans hold a positive view of the military. I don't. That may be partially due to the media they consume. From Top Gun, 1986, and the Call of Duty games, the early 2000s, to G.I. Joe, America is chock full of militarized media. According to Josue Sion, a dissenters field organizer who also spoke at the Costs of War event, this media helps glorify war and manufacture the public consent necessary for the MIC to flourish. They've done it for decades. Messaging embedded in popular culture helps align American pride and the collective identity with the further expansion of nearly $850 billion defense budget. I'm surprised it's not reached the $1 trillion.
I'm just noticed I forgot to take my tablets. I forgot to shout meds tonight, as I
I took
usually do
mine.
when I come on stream.
Oh, don't worry.
If you two have forgotten, now's a good time to take them. So I'll just ask you to read the next couple of sentences into.
Cian described how through the repeated display of an implied foreign and unquantifiable evil, brown people, that someone needs to do something about, such as in Marvel's Avengers 2012. That's Avengers Assemble, by the way. In which the Avengers unite to save Earth from an alien army eager to enslave humanity. Well, technically, that's Thanos wanting to try and control us through the weaponization of Loki. Media conglomerates with the Pentagon's cash in tow weaponized fear of the other to advertise the further militarization of US foreign policy, which is also our foreign policy because we don't have one.
Yeah, always good to have good practice to have an enemy if you're running a government. And if you don't have an enemy, just make one up.
Yeah, just create one.
Yeah, you can choose your own enemy. And if you don't if there's real enemies that you're not bothered about making your enemies, there's plenty of people you can,
demonize.
Yep.
Other. Try to wipe off the face of the earth. Not that I know anything about that.
In some Iron Man renditions, Stark Industries moves away from serving as a Lockheed Martin type. That's a really good analogy, actually.
It is, yeah.
A defense contractor to become the premier technology company on Earth, hawking new green technology innovations and autonomous software capabilities, including those used for surveillance. I mean, this is typical of the comics, though. The comics do kind of reinvent the character every or the character's context fairly regularly every 5 years or so. For example, in the late 80s, Stark was actually in charge of a small business tech startup rather than a multinational corporation.
Yeah.
Believing himself to be free of the moral ambiguities that plague weapons production, Iron Man is then faced with the reality that the best weapons don't shoot, as Ackerman wrote, they target the foundations of freedom. Okay. No less than 6 Marvel movies have been made with financial support from the US military. According to political anthropologist David Vine, the militarization of pop culture is broad. It spreads far beyond the silver screen. Hypermilitarism is prevalent in many different forms of media, including ubiquitous social media posts that seek to normalize it in day-to-day life. This bleeds into the militarization of police departments as they continue to utilize military weaponry and surveillance technology to act more violently, censor the public, and weaken civil rights. While advertised for children, I think that's fair with most superhero stuff. It is a very childish, or if that's offensive to you, young adult designed genre. I mean, obviously, there's exceptions, and there's some fantastic comic books among those exceptions. But it is escapist literature at its purest. Escapist literature that only works because realism is part and parcel of it.
I didn't notice that until now, Andy. I'll just read this one out. Sorry, Katie and Andy, getting too tired and can't concentrate, so I'm going to call it a night. But thanks for a great show. Good night, everyone. Take care and have a fantastic weekend. Thank you, Jacqueline. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take your meds if you need to take any. Stay based. Free Palestine. And call Tony Stark a militarist bastard. Yeah.
All that stuff. Lots of love, Jacqueline.
Good night, my dear. I will catch you later.
While advertised for children set in alternate realities and obviously not real, popular media and entertainment, including superheroes, are intrinsically linked to our perception of reality and often directly influence our security state. One of the civilian-clothed Department of Homeland Security officers who abducted Mahmoud Khalil after he participated in a non-violent pro-Palestinian protest at Columbia University, for example, was wearing a Marvel Comics t-shirt. I think that's a bit of a tenuous grasp, really. It's a bit Frederick Wortham linkage.
It is, yeah. Hang on, I'm going to check that. Don't move anything. I need to get his name correct. Neil.
Yeah, well, the victim was Mahmoud Khalil. Politics and pop culture reside in the same cinematic universe, separating a seemingly benign comic decal worn by a U.S. immigration officer as he arrested a lawful U.S. resident in a case that threatens a constitutional right to free speech would downplay the true power that entertaining media has over the American psyche. The media we consume is made to charm us, but its ulterior motives must always be questioned, particularly when it's being manufactured in close cooperation with the security state. Yeah, very much so. Yeah. Are you back from your side mission yet?
I'm going through it. Give me a minute.
Katie loves these side missions,
I do.
but she takes really long to Google stuff.
I'm going.
Google is the slowest part of her internet by far.
It probably is. Oh, for Christ's sake. He was wearing a Hulk t-shirt.
Oh, well, Hulk smash.
Hulk smash. I can't do the voice. Yes, literally black bagged off the street. Fantastic. Will I take over for the next one?
Yeah, shit. We're through that. Got through that really quickly.
Yeah.
So, do we want to go on to the third piece, or do you want to take a little break?
We'll take a little break.
And
Yeah.
we can just stretch, or we can talk, or yeah. So thanks to a couple of Burks for finding out. We've got another really interesting piece on the militarization and propaganda of comics, which Katie found earlier today, and I really do want to read out. But we've been putting in a lot of stuff. Davinia Robbins, welcome, comrade. Welcome.
Rejoice, comrade. Davinia Robbins is here.
We're glad to have your knackered, sweaty self.
That's my usual state of being knackered and sweaty.
Yeah, it's been a pretty chocker stream so far.
Yes.
I would love to have had a raid tonight, though. That's my ego talking. So a couple of Burks makes a point there. It's quite interesting in case not everybody can see the comment. In fact, I'll just pin it as I read it. Politics and pop culture are inextricably linked, with entertainment acting as a primary vessel for political engagement, social movements, and ideological debate. And at the risk of sounding long-winded, I would add to that politics and pop culture are inextricably linked, with entertainment acting as a primary vessel for non-political engagement, non-social movements, and non-ideological debate. Escapism is a mission, It's, if you only care about Marvel Comics characters, but you don't care about infringement of rights, you don't care about writing to your MP, you don't care about going on protests, because your world is Marvel or Star Wars, or Star Trek, and that's all it is. Then you've probably got some psychological problems, to be fair. Not saying that out of meanness.
No. I analyse the media that I watch and read and things like that. I've done it for decades now, essentially. Self-criticism. Us leftists are. We do this. Obviously, we have to check to make sure that our points are consistent. Well, sometimes they're not consistent, honestly, because leftist infighting does exist. Obviously.
Does exist, but you know what? Lefties are fucking hot. Right? Oh. I mean, the left way people on the left are so much prettier than rightoids or centrists. So much prettier. Oh,
I love the way that Frankie described it. Not Frankie, the big one, Billy Connolly. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but beauty's a surface, and ugly goes straight to the fucking bone. I'm thinking that a lot of the politics, especially on the right, the ugly goes all the way into the genetic coding of the individual. Citation needed, much citation needed for that one, because there's the whole nature nurture debate, and what we consume actually shapes who we are and what we think and what we do in real life.
Yeah.
So much analysis.
Yeah. I mean, I've been thinking a lot tonight as I'm reading stuff. It's a very simple kind of point, but we had a conversation. I don't know if it was on stream or on Discord. If you're watching this on Discord, hello, get in here and like the stream and add some fucking comments to the stream. That is your tax. Katie might be fine with it. I am not. Get the fuck over here now. So we're talking about storytelling and like how much story is fixed on conflict. You have to have conflict as part of story. It's really hard to do story without conflict. It's really hard to do utopian fiction. So, and this is how military interests sneak in, how fake news / propaganda sneaks in, forces its agenda, just like any other parasite on a living being.
Yes.
So, MZ, welcome. Jim, welcome. Was that swearing at Discord that the trick then? Specs will be over shortly with his car full of porn. Fuck. Specs does not have a car full of porn. It's a private joke. Time Sock, welcome.
Brilliant name.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
We've been watching and still fucking hell, man. If I ever get an actual tablet, Jim, don't you worry. I'll do Gartic again. We might be able to. I don't know. Encourage Kev to do Gartic phone again, or we can do whiteboard. I am not trying it with my mouse. My fingers don't work. My hands and fingers don't work at the best of times. And yeah, don't get me wrong. I can take criticism and getting laughed at. But I really can't draw, and if it's anywhere you have to guess what I've drawn, or what concept or thing I'm trying to portray, it's nah, I wouldn't wish that on anyone because of my, well, mouse difficult to draw with, especially when fingers fucked.
Touchscreen. You can get touchscreens really cheaply these days.
Yeah.
Related hello to Park Horse Language. I did see you come in. We didn't get a chance to say hi. And I see Time Suck. Didn't get a raid. I was hoping for a Nerdgeist raid time, but it's lovely to have you here. This video will remain up afterwards on Katie's channel and my channel on YouTube. Twitch usually deletes stuff after 15 days, I think.
Unless you publish it.
Do give if you're not already subscribed to a couple of Burks, do please give them a follow. They do some really interesting father and son called Burke who do some really interesting monitoring of the right wing, what they call auditors or gammons, or what they think they're activists. Really good stuff, and we're going to see a couple of Burks pop up and turn left next few months. We're going to make it happen.
I'm sorry, Divinia. If I don't see it because of whatever platform, well, you're on YouTube. If I don't see it, it means that's YouTube. If I see it and I'm okay with it, I allow it. That's why I keep on looking down at my Twitch chat, because that happens a lot, especially to put Elron. I would have loved Elron in on this. He would have been amazing.
The last one I've got from Divinia is non-violinky. Non-violinky? I don't know. Yeah.
Yay!
I fancy another smoke break.
Cool. No, honestly, carry on if you want to.
Yeah, do you want me to bring up this next article, or do you want to take another 5 minutes out?
Take another 5 minutes just to give
Take
myself.
Another. We've been really going. Time Stock. We've been going at it for like
quite
solid. Well, okay, 30 minutes is nothing, but like just 2 hours just talking. I'm crazy. Thank you
like
all
a
for supporting us.
viewers.
So chat's a bit quieter tonight than it usually is, but
it
it's
is,
good.
Yeah.
People, I think, don't have as much to say on this subject, but people are sort of reacting and saying hello and stuff, and that all really counts. Oh, did you hear that?
Thank you, chat. No, what?
Oh, okay. I just did this lovely fart. It was very well, not lovely.
I heard a creak, and I thought it was like a table or chair or something, or a door.
I could go downstairs and record the sound of my door going.
No, WD-40 now.
Or
WD-40.
Often I'm on the Discord with a few of our regulars, and I'm on the mobile, and I've got this kitchen door that squeaks really badly, and it's attracted its own fan club.
Nails on a chalkboard. WD-40. I love you. You're an amazing content creator and friend, and we do these. But get that door oiled. God damn you! It goes through me like fucking a high frequency reverb going through to my very soul. My doors are just wobbly.
I find myself muting my phone every time I go through it now. Yeah.
Oh God! Something's just entered my brain that's not connected to Marvel.
A couple of Burks as a comment. Pick up and pull the thread of, and we'll see where it goes. If a comic writer just lectured you about politics, you would close a book. So instead, they put the message in disguise, sneaky like. Yeah, they do. Well, some of them are quite overt. I mean, Pat Mills. My pretty much my political awakening came from this wonderful comic from 1989. Maybe you'd remember it, Burks. It was called Crisis, and they had a story in it called Third World War. It was set in the far off year of 2000, where various United Nations type organizations, Britain essentially had introduced conscription for youngsters to go and give aid to the third world. And it tapped on a lot of elements of like colonization, exporting of democracy, multinational encampments, corporate powers, burning of rainforests, mining for oil, controlling the natives. Really, really fascinating book, and it was fairly sort of on the like the political language it used was very sort of like people spoke like they were in academic textbooks. It was fairly sort of on the nose, but it was a wonderfully educational tool.
Wow.
But you know, if the military can advance their politics through cinema, there's no reason. I mean, the sort of comics do have a broad tradition of being a bit more to the left, even the Marvel stuff.
Yeah.
And there's no reason. We've actually had some very aggressive Marvel movies. I think the first Black Panther film, the Logan, was it Logan?
Logan
Old Man
is
Logan. Old
yeah,
Man
yeah.
Logan.
Mhm.
Yeah, a wonderful film. It was kind of a spate where about 3 or 4 of them come out at once over a couple of years. Like really progressive themes, and Jessica Jones TV series I've already mentioned. Oh God, what have we got, Katie? Have you got like a list of all films? Did you sit and write out? Goodness, all right. Peter O'Hanrahan, hold it closer to the mic. Up a bit. Goodness sake. Oh, WandaVision was great, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If you love TV, you'll love WandaVision. It's essentially it's a history of what came out. Hold on, turn it around to you, because you can probably read it better. What else came out around the same time as Black Panther that was really good?
There's Black Panther. Right, so that's phase 3. So you've got Civil War, that's the start, or that's the kickoff of phase 3. Then you've got Doctor Strange, Guardians of the Galaxy, Volume 2, Spider-Man, Homecoming, Thor Ragnarok. That was the one with Hela.
That was fun. It was very silly.
Jimmy Hela. Then you had Black Panther. Then Infinity War, where the snap. Then Ant-Man and the Wasp. Then Captain Marvel, one of the most highly militarized ones, other than the Iron Man ones. Then Endgame. Then WandaVision. The asterisk that I've got on WandaVision, if you can see that, it gets released on the 28th of November. This year. Currently, that might change because Marvel and Disney and fucking hell. Then the end of phase 3 is Spider-Man: Far From Home.
Okay, I don't care
So
now.
that's the ones. That's the ones surrounding it.
While we're talking comics and politics, we should probably put a shout out. Marjane Satrapi, the author of I forgot. I've drawn a complete blank now. Graphic novelist about her experiences living in Iran. It was made into was it Persepolis? It was made into an animation?
Persepolis, yes.
Yeah.
Still haven't seen it.
No, I don't. Well, I've seen bits of it, yeah. And she was like, I went and read her Wikipedia entry and a few obituaries, and like she was directing films with Ryan Reynolds in. I mean, she didn't stick to comics. She did loads of different stuff.
Lots of different media, yeah, yeah.
Expected, yeah. And
Excuse me.
certainly within the indie graphic novel community, I mean, worldwide, actually, Persepolis was kind of like a bit of a cultural shockwave for the better. Okay, let's see, keep scrolling down. My windows have. Can you get chat up? Oh, right. It's just slowing.
It's just
for
a bit
me.
slow.
Okay, Flow Snake writes, my biggest problem tonight is that I forgot that Walker's crisps have weird color coding. So now I'm eating minging salt and vinegar instead cheese and onion. But don't worry, tomorrow I'll be back to the big stuff. Flow Snake, honestly, sincerely, no piss take. My heart goes out to you. I know how much that hurts. I know the pain. I know the pain. Fuck Walkers. Michael Walker's gone too far this time. Is that the end of the comments? Is Divinity and Flow Snake talking about crisps?
The food chat
Welcome
has moved
to
from Helena.
YouTube's best channel.
The food chat's moved from Helena. So
YouTube's best channel. YouTube's best channel on crisp criticism.
Oh, by the way, everyone, I am a foodie. I am the baker of the household. He does the rest of the cooking.
I will.
There.
We're probably going to cover another article about a bed. Not together. Kitty's happily married. I have 12 children downstairs. They're all a bit small. And hopefully sleeping. So I'm going to take a week off next week. I'm going to a wedding party. Any plans, Kitty? You have somebody in to replace me? Some scab?
I'm going to put out a call to if anyone wants to join me next week, and we can maybe talk about just what's happening in the news, essentially, or I could maybe help educate people about health things. That's essentially my wheelhouse. Benefits, things of that nature.
Cool.
Or I could bring someone on and we can talk about AI. I could invite Kev on to talk about AI, and he would say it can go fuck itself. He is correct. Stop gobbling up all the fucking data, Sam, you fucking bastard. I am talking about Sam Altman, by the way. ChatGPT, or the open source AI. Literally gobbling up all the memory available known to man on planet Earth.
There's currently a petition in. I've got a point, Katie. It's on topic. Don't worry. There's currently a petition in to the Eisner Awards to prohibit any comics created with artificial intelligence from being considered. So the Eisner Awards is essentially the Cannes of comics, the Golden Globes, the Academy Awards, the longest, most respected award you can get. Very hard to get. I've been nominated twice, but in that book I was with 60 other creators. So I've got 60 other creators, 2 awards. So that's like 1/60th of an Eisner nomination. Yeah, I'll take it.
What kind of things usually win Eisner Awards?
There's a number of categories. So we were nominated for best reality-based work, which is usually like a documentary comic, like Joe Sacco might do. Best new work. There'll be creator. I think there's creator specific ones, like best writer, maybe best writer in an indie book, best writer in a superhero book, best illustrator, best graphic novel, best series. I don't know that there's that many different awards, maybe about 10 in total.
I assume lots of things get considered and analysed and things by whoever decides who gets the award.
Yeah, we were on a list with about, I think it was about 8 different other books.
All right.
That was a short list, so yeah. Yeah. And I'm doing this comics festival in a couple of months. We've got an AI panel on that, which I'm not quite sure if there'll be anybody in favor of it. There's Britain's biggest comics journalism site in terms of the underground, the independent, the small press, is called Broken Frontier, and the editor-in-chief of that is a very vocal opponent of AI, is constantly running articles and stuff on it. Thank you, Time Sock is appreciating my shirt here. Bird Law. Let's see if we can get a close up. Another Always Sunny reference, Katie. Oh, Kelly and Associates, Philadelphia, PA. Do you know your Bird Law, Katie?
I don't know my Bird Law.
That's great. I haven't seen that up close for a while.
I do not know the Bird Law. I know that the bird is the word.
Bird is the word.
Insert Peter Griffin here.
Let's throw on that last article now, and I can read a bit of it while I'm smoking. So this is one that Katie sourced for us, and it's really good. It's really and frightening, actually. So it's 80 years of economic education by Jason Ditz. So time stamping this unfortunate name, reprinted from the American Conservative. I don't know the date of this. I suppose I could click on open a tab, find out. October 11th, 2017. So, yeah, this was a bit shocking. Do you want to kick us off, Katie, or will I?
I'll kick us off this time.
Well, let me do the headline. Fans heroically fight back against the militarization of comics. Pop culture is heavily influenced by the military-industrial complex, but Marvel fans weren't having it this time.
Over the weekend, something remarkable happened at, of all places, the New York Comic Con. Fan protests broke out surrounding Marvel Comics' announcement of a joint venture with US defense contractor Northrop Grumman fighter jets. In short order, Marvel had scrapped the joint venture entirely. The plan was an unsubtle attempt to thread the military-industrial leaders into Marvel comic book universe. In a positive light, introducing a Northrop Grumman armed team working with iconic Avengers for some sort of joint adventure. Northrop officials said this was intended to emphasize the value of science and aerospace technology for readers. No, it wasn't.
It's a bit like, do you know Colonel Saunders has a rich history as a comic book character?
Yes.
There's a number of real world kind of figures have like appeared in their own comic books and like cross meeting superheroes and stuff. This is fucking bizarre. Anyway.
What it really was, however, is the latest in a long line of attempts to ensure the American military-industrial complex is, everywhere and always, presented in an immutably heroic light in popular culture. Get wrecked, you're not going to fucking manage it, you bastards. Militarized entertainment. It's an ongoing campaign that touches all aspects of popular culture, whether one is aware of it or not. Some of us are aware, obviously. For sure, professional sports of all kinds in America have enjoyed military and defense industry subsidies for years, decades. This has mostly involved pricey sponsorships nominally presented as advertising or recruitment, but are most obviously displayed in over-the-top flyovers and pre- or halftime ceremonies and ubiquitous product placement. Fans are so used to seeing displays of loyalty to the armed forces they don't even realise it's choreographed, paid-for theatre. Get ready, Katie, 2026. Thank you. A couple of bucks. But there is another degree of influence here, not very subtle. In the course of buying advertising with a football league, the military and its allies are buying the league's loyalty too, and the ability to cultivate the notion that super athletes and battlefield heroes are patriotically interchangeable.
This sort of military porn is apparently viewed as a safe bet in primetime network lineups these days.
Correct. In movies and video games, collusion between creators and the military-industrial complex ensures preferred pro-war heroic narratives and political outcomes. But at what cost? Movie studios routinely give the Pentagon, NSA, a National Security Agency, or as Super Hubby calls it, no such agency, rather fun, and CIA opportunities to veto aspects of their scripts and demand radical changes to a story to ensure it comes off as sufficiently pro-government or pro-military, or both, very overtly at times. Again, this is so common that it doesn't even register with the public because it would be unimaginable to see big-budget Hollywood movie that wasn't government approved on some level.
You know, I'm really stuck on this Northrop Grumman comic. I wonder, should I do my own version of it? Them committing atrocities in various spots, and
you know what I could do? I could actually bring him. You will never see him. You might see him on VC calls and stuff, or maybe sometimes when I'm live streaming. But you'll never directly hear or see Super Hubby on the camera. But he does a lot about military history. He's got lots of military history books scattered around on our bookcases and things like that. He can help say who Northrop Grumman are, what they do, what they actually make. They're one of the major defence contractors, obviously. They make fighter jets, fighter planes,
if
air
he's around
superiority.
and he wants to come on, absolutely.
He'll never come on camera. Trust me on that one. I know the man.
I'm going to share this tab instead. It's just Wikipedia's entry. U.S. revenue this last year, 41.9 billion. B-21 Raider strategic bomber. They come up with that. Worked with Lockheed Martin a lot. MQ-4C Triton unmanned aerial vehicle, ballistic missile systems, down to the small stuff like night vision goggles, radar, big stuff, cosmic SATCOM communication satellites, next generation overhead persistent infrared satellites, NASA stuff. So yeah.
I'll be back. I'll be back in a minute, Andy. Sorry about this.
Okay, no problem. It's probably my turn to talk a bit. I'm going to explore this.
No problem. Carry on.
See you in a minute. Tactical fighters, Apollo lunar modules. So yeah, from tasering Spider-Man to trying to blow up Utah the Watcher on the moon. In July 2003, received a $48 million contract to train the Iraqi army. And I bet anything they've been working the other end of that war as well. Just the next line, 2005 paid 1.2 billion by the UK Gov in a contract with to provide maintenance of its AWACS radar. I forget what that is, AWACS, but I know that one. Airborne warning and control system, of course. Eyes in the sky. Mirror there of the James Webb Space Telescope. Yeah, big lunar stuff as well. Underwater drones, May 2024. Also won the US Missile Defense Agency competition to develop and build the Glide Phase Interceptor. The US Space Force. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like a fair bit of corporate I was going to say corporate government crossover. Yeah, and they've got a lot of support. John McCain. They've been awarded a corporate leadership award. It's a U.S. presidential honor to recognize companies for their exemplary quality of their relationships with employees and communities. Yeah. Contributed a lot to federal campaigns for Bush, Clinton. According to CoreWatch, at least 7 former officials, consultants, or shareholders of the Northrop government have held posts in the Bush administration, including Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz, Vice President, Chief of Staff I. Lewis Libby, Pentagon Comptroller Dov Zakim, and Sean O'Keefe, Director of NASA. And what a lot of controversies. Giving the Navy defective aircraft, satellite components manufactured for USAF were faulty and likely to fail in operation. Fraud for more than 100 million, systemic overcharging for radar jammers, overcharging the US Gov for space projects. Integrated air and missile defense battle command system they were developing was over deadline. Supplying weapons to Israel led to the protests against the company during the Gaza war. And arms regulation, arms trafficking violations. US, Russia. failed to notify the State Department as required about computer guidance systems being transferred to Angola, Indonesia, Israel, China, Ukraine, and Yemen. Yeah, you're back.
I am back. I do apologize. Sorry about that, everyone.
No, of course not. Apology rejected. But you could probably take over reading if you've got the voice skills.
I do, yeah. No,
Or-
it was a movement. It was joint issues I had to deal with. Sorry about that. Yeah. Right, like I keep on saying every day for it seems like a fucking lifetime. My right knee is a fucking menace. Boo. I'll rant about that later. Excuse me,
Hello,
sorry.
welcome regular Talia Button. Delightful to have you in.
Talia is great. In movies and video games, collusion between creators and the military-industrial complex ensures preferred pro-war, heroic narratives and political outcomes. Boo. But at what cost? Movie studios routinely give the Pentagon, NSA, and CIA opportunities to veto aspects of their scripts and demand radical changes to a story to ensure it comes off as sufficiently pro-government or pro-military, in some cases both. Again, this is so common that it doesn't even register with the public because it would be unimaginable to see a big-budget Hollywood movie that wasn't government approved on some level. I'll say, freedom of speech, does it exist? Yes, it does in this household.
Hanyu Candlelit asks, would you say that the first Iron Man film was anti-military industrial complex? No.
No.
So just to recap a bit, it drew heavy funding from the Pentagon and use of various big military bases and military equipment, and so I mean I could see how you would reach that conclusion. He's an arms dealer. There's a sort of a redemption arc in the film, isn't there?
Yes.
Where so essentially he is still he's centralized that arms dealing to just his body armor, and he's traveling all over the world defeating who's a supervillain in the first movie.
He's called Darren Cross, but the villain, the persona is called Yellow Jacket, which is a type of insect.
Oh right, yeah, Yellow Jacket's an old. I think Yellow Jacket was originally the name for Ant-Man, Frank Pym's character.
Yes. But in the movie, the first Ant-Man movie, he's the main antagonist, essentially, with the help of like the American government, actors within the government, the federal government, and the military industrial complex or espionage sphere as well.
There's another from a couple of Burks who's really into this subject tonight, and his bird law, I believe. He knows his bird law quite well. As do I, sir, as do I. And if not, we shall feud. We shall duel. Do you think comics can sometimes teach kids to romanticize warfare and view the world as an us, thee, them? They frame violence as righteous, prepping children to accept real military recruitment later. I do actually. And it's a bit of an argument on the left.
Iron Man.
That's a very simplistic argument. And it's true that somebody's not going to, it's very rare somebody watches an act of fictionalized violence and then goes out and commits an act of violence as a direct reaction to that or direct response. But the narrative, whether it's comics, film, or TV, that's just the goodies and the baddies, has really colored a lot of negative mental assembly of politics. Ireland, for example, two tribes mentality in Northern Ireland works. It's the goodies and the baddies. And what's the Billy Bragg quote? A wonderful Billy Bragg song.
Oh, bollocks. I can't remember.
Let me get out a few lines from it first. You might not have heard it, actually. It's one of the lesser known ones.
All right.
There's only two teams in this town, and you must follow one or the other. Let us win, let them lose, not the other way around. In a northern industrial town, that's a song. That's what's called. Beautiful song, worth listening to all the way through. It's one of Billy Bragg's. It's in his monotone voice, but it has this absolutely fucking killer last line that's just like blows up in your face. You really should get through it. This sort of binary black, white, good, bad. So there is that.
I don't like that framing, but it is so prevalent. It's. I
I think you probably meant to say you think superhero comics can sometimes teach kids comics is a form, like television is, or radio. But yeah, I think it is overtly simplistic. And while I've a lot of with Katie too, have a lot of love and passion, and we grew up reading this stuff. Alan Moore's argument is not hard to understand. It is an outmoded model of thinking about things. It is kind of childish, really. This division into good guys and bad guys, cowboys and Indians, Americans and Russians. Yeah. Flow Snake, rest and restore, my friend.
If you're still here, Flow Snake, I'll do my standard goodbye to you. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with cider. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. Stay based. Free Palestine. And I'll do my standard one for this stream. Yell at Tony Stark. Fuck it. Because reasons. Many, many reasons. I could literally rant all night about Iron Man or Stark Industries or Tony Stark himself. Or to a certain extent, Howard Stark as well, his father.
It's not real. It's not real. Find out who's on the board of Lockheed Martin. Yeah, but maybe you should target them some night. Yeah, I like that. Put that down.
It'd be easier for me to target BAE Systems. Joke, YouTube and Twitch. Complete joke. I know where they are, but I'm disabled. I can't do anything. Thank you.
Hanyu Candlelit writes, I agree with that. I think Marvel and DC are guilty of that in their own ways. At the same time, I think they do sometimes challenge such concepts. Guess it depends on the writers. Yeah, and this is what complicates that superheroes comics are goodies and baddies. Marvel's unique selling point back in '63 was, these are characters, these are more well-rounded, they have doubts, they have shades of gray, they have difficulty making decisions. And you often find the more interesting Marvel and DC, the more interesting superhero books are the ones where there's more dimensions to the character, where there's a more relevant plot, where there's something to think about, where there's dimension. So that's my defense for the superhero comic I'll be reading later this year.
I will carry on. This has gone far beyond just military movies too. The Interview, never seen it. 2014 Seth Rogen flick, which ends with North Korea's Kim Jong-un assassinated on screen in an incredibly bloody fashion, was produced with State Department and CIA input. Fantastic. Reportedly, the driving force for this was Washington defense researcher Bruce Bennett. This is particularly noteworthy because the movie's plot closely follows Bennett's ideas for regime change in North Korea, war crime, which he has been peddling in the Beltway's power centers for years. I will take away years and say fucking decades. Television is perhaps the laziest of all in terms of allowing for this influence, structuring entire shows around government agents, police, and military being impossibly heroic. Yes. And above all, sacrificing everything for country. No, I'm not going to do that. Thanks very much. 3 new such shows debuted just this fall, the highest profile of which was CBS's SEAL Team, which Super Hubby watches. Uses the tagline, "When we face the worst, America sends in their best."
America.
This sort of military porn is apparently viewed as a safe bet in primetime network lineups these days. Correct. It sickens me. Moral quandaries, not absolutes.
Oh, it's my turn. Let me have a go. Let me have a go, please. Moral quandaries, not absolutes. I don't know if that tone was right for going in. Comic book readers, it seems, are a bit more savvy than the typical media audience. I'd agree with that.
Correct.
Excuse me. With superhero storylines increasingly built on moral grey areas and asking tough questions about interventionism, teaming the Avengers with a Northrop Grumman armed group in a Northrop Grumman supported and branded publication clearly wouldn't wash. Let's face it, if Northrop Grumman's characters and equipment would only be for good guys, that would not be a good read for anybody. Like the Iraqi army in 2003.
Correct. Haha.
Marvel and Britain 2 years later. Marvel has a history of addressing controversial issues in its storytelling. Iron Man indeed owns a major defense company, and the moral quandary of arming the warfare state is a familiar wrinkle. Northrop Grumman clearly wouldn't allow their own branded characters to wrestle with the morality of wiping out populated areas with their warplanes. Yeah. Fans realised what a conflict of interest this partnership would be, and in standing up against it, forced Marvel to back down. Like superheroes battling an arch rival, the battle to keep comics out of this sort of relationship is one they likely have to fight again when the next contractor or service branch comes around. You know, Marvel Studios and Marvel Comics are two distinct parts of the Disney empire, and Marvel Comics is expected to hold its own in terms of revenue and profit. And if it's not doing so, it can be downsized. Disney's Marvel films don't depend on the comics being published.
Yes.
In any way, really now. I think it's still like the 50-year rulers, or there's like, I can't remember exactly, but it was that a comic book had to be published fairly regularly for them to still own the rights. So, I mean, the famous story with this is Alan Moore and Watchmen and Dave Gibbons, and they were promised that Watchmen would belong to them, and there was some misunderstanding or underhanded dealing, but essentially I think Watchmen would have had to be out of publication for 20 years for the rights to revert to Moore and Gibbons. I think that was a contract he signed. But of course, DC published Watchmen every year or 2 years.
Andy, it was 25 for that one. It was 25 years. Watchmen's one of my favourite comic books or
It's
graphic novels.
biggie. Yeah, it's a hard read, but wonderful.
Oh no, I actually found it quite easy to read because, as I hasten to remind everyone, me nerd.
So this activism against Northrop Grumman is a positive story for comic book fans and a teachable moment for fans of other pop culture. How much better would television, movies, and video games be if storytellers had the freedom to tell whatever stories they want without manipulation, subsidy-driven cajoling, or fear that some bureaucrat down the line is going to find something objectionable and force a rewrite? You know, as a storyteller, like growing up as a kid in the 1980s, and like seeing the A-Team on TV every week and being a big fan.
Yeah.
It just reminds me, like, that was all military aided and certainly pushing that military agenda, even though they were on the run from the cops.
Yes.
The A-Team were very overtly military coded.
Oh God, yeah.
And we had Rambo, somebody in chat mentioned earlier, Top Gun, which has come up. And the thing is, we've kind of done those stories now. We don't need to do them again. You know, it's a different world. We didn't need Captain Marvel strutting about an Air Force base for an hour and 30 minutes. There's new stories to be told, and it's much more interesting if we leave the old tired ways behind.
Yes.
Because no amount of military tech is going to replace it. It's the same principle as in filmmaking generally. You know, you can have all the lens flares and the CGI that you like, but, you know, you film something like Clerks, or, I mean, that's the only really great, you know, there's many examples of really great movies that are all about story. David Lynch is a straight story about a man who crosses America on his lawnmower. You know, that's the stuff that's really interesting, that you know, isn't about the spectacle, but is about the narrative.
Correct, yes.
Or as Terry Pratchett put it, narrativium. Hollywood has its own myth makers, and professional sports can produce their own legends. Giving the military-industrial complex carte blanche to co-opt either of them as a vehicle for their own goals and interests makes for a less interesting culture for everyone.
Yes.
So there we go. Jason Ditz is a news editor at antiwar.com. Okay, cool. Oh, right. I'm looking forward to catching up on some of the comments in chat. Omaha writes, Alan Moore got shafted over V Vendetta. They told him he would get the rights when he stopped publishing it. He found they never intended to stop publishing it. Yeah. I think it's a bit more complex. I mean, that is basically, yeah, that's what happened. But initially, it was published by Dead Skin.
On a surface reading, Omaha, you are correct. Yes.
Yeah.
They essentially lied to Alan. Yeah.
That's the back end of the story. No, but it was initially published by Dead Skin and Warrior magazine.
Yeah.
Warrior got cancelled, and I can't remember how it ended up with DC, or if DC finished publishing the story, if there was an intermediary. But actually, it's the same story happened to other Moore properties. DC bought the company that published, I think it was Titan actually, or they bought whatever company published it. Alan Moore did his America's Best Comics series, which was phenomenal. And then the company that was publishing that, and it was all creator rights owned, and this was after Moore had said, I'm not working for DC again. This DC came in and bought this other company. Loses the film rights to League of Extraordinary Gentlemen and From Hell, which is a very unique experience in graphic storytelling.
And the movie as well.
Really, yeah, movie's shite.
Oh, give it a break. They had to cut so much out of it. I've got a lot of time to get for From Hell.
Yeah, they're two entirely different things. I mean, From Hell is essentially the graphic novel is essentially a documentary.
It is, a
speculative documentary. The film felt a bit more like exploitation.
Yeah, yeah. I hear you.
Talia draws parallels between Tony Stark. Oh no, not the way she's. Or Tony Stark is a little bit too friendly with Elon Musk for my liking. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what you get at, but I mean, Tony Stark, Elon Musk, very similar. Tony Stark has a serious alcoholic problem. Elon Musk definitely looks like he's been on something.
Ketamine.
Ketamine.
Special K. Not the cereal. It's been widely reported back in the day, obviously. And come on, the man's a fucking I would say psychopath or sociopath, but they're both there's similarities. There used to be two separate things, but there's aspects of both between psychopathy and sociopathic tendencies. We're all sociopathic to varying degrees. Most human beings, most of us, are quite decent. We like socializing and the interactions that we have between each other. Hello, Andy. Hello, chat. Be it parasocial or IRL with husband, wife, girlfriend, partner, mum, dad, siblings. There's a distinct difference, and Elon fits into both of them.
R3.5, and chat's really starting to heat up now. A
A
couple of Burks writes the interview, that film you referenced, got Seth Rogen death threats from North Korea.
Mm-hmm.
Talia writes, actual neo-Nazi billionaires making cameos in the MCU.
Yes.
Maybe not that far off.
Elon's in Iron Man 2 just before Whiplash.
No shit.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck. Didn't know that.
I watched Iron Man 2 a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
I like Iron Man 3.
Iron Man 3 is quite fun. I like that one. So the main villain in the first one is Obadiah Stane, who is basically his second in command at Stark Industries. And the second one, after Obadiah meets his untiming, shall we say. So, the second one is Whiplash, which is Mickey Rourke's character. Oh, fuck. I've forgotten the actual family name now. But the character's Mickey Rourke, and he's called Whiplash. Creates drone versions of like the Iron Man suit. Attacks the Expo. Stark finds out his dad was a genius. He already knew that. He just didn't like his dad. He was very individualistic. Who does think it? Tony Stark being an individual. Doesn't come through in the movies, does it? And I will see. I will keep on.
Omaha talking about Alan Mercer looked at some contract. Yeah, I think he was a little too stoned. He should have done it himself. But some love from Talia for Grant Morrison, who's done some good stuff. I don't know if it class the Invisibles as a superhero group, but it really does get into that morality thing, doesn't it? The good, bad, and what another load of bullshit that is. And Grant Morrison's superhero books are amazing, just so visionary. I was there, right? Actually, no, I wasn't there because his first superhero book was Zenith, and I never read that. Did you read Zenith, Katie? No, it was for 2000 AD, but it was a superhero comic, and Zenith basically was a rock star. He was a pop star. That was his thing.
How the hell have I not heard about it? There's too many comic
very
books.
well
Too
regarded.
many.
Very well regarded. It's meant to be a lot of fun as well. I've read the first book and it fights Nazis in it. I don't remember much. I read his first US superhero comic, which was Animal Man, which is a wonderfully fun run. I think you'd really love Grant Morrison's Animal Man, but avoid spoilers like the plague for that one. Nobody put the spoilers in chat if you've read that. Can I print a bit from Alan Moore's Wikipedia? It's dead funny. Okay. It's just below. With his first wife, Phyllis, who he married in the early 1970s, he has two daughters, Leah and Amber. The couple also had a mutual lover, Deborah, although the relationship between the three ended in the early 1990s as Phyllis and Deborah left Moore, taking his daughters with them. Unusual.
I know a little bit or a medium amount about Alan Moore and what he was like as an individual. Don't get me. I've read quite a lot of him. Obviously, the main one that I've read is the Watchmen. And yes, I can see why if your true character comes out in your media, what you're be it a comic book, a novel, your live stream, whatever, YouTube videos, news articles, whatever way you want to portray it, your music even as well. I've got a little bit of what Alan Moore was actually like. And yeah, I can understand why his wife and their mutual lover and the two girls, two daughters, basically said nope and got out. I can get it.
I think Omaha has just declared a kind of a jihad on us for not reading Zenith.
I do apologize, Omaha. Put links in the Discord. Omaha and you, Andy, as well, to Zenith, if you please.
I think that's I think it's going to have to be a mission, Katie. We're going to have to get hold of those books. I mean, I think it's all been reprinted. There's a complete Zenith, but you used to be able to get. So I think they were published. So I mean, 2008 strips, so about 5-6 pages each. And they were published as sort of collections. They were called like Phase 1, Phase 2. I think there were maybe 3 to 5. So you can get those as Titan books probably relatively cheaply. They were about 6 or 7 quid when they first came out. And you can probably pick them up secondhand very cheaply. And I'm sure there'll be a complete Zenith collection or over 2 books. I do have an Alan Moore piece here that I've not read. I'm a bit late to the party with this. I'm sure Omaha knows this, the Bo Jeffries saga.
What the actual fuck? That is quite a cover. Ooh.
Yes. I think, is this a 2000 AD? Oh, it's published by Top Shelf. And it's actually too dark that I can't actually read the description on the back cover, but it seems very... it's not what I expected it to be, a sci-fi madcap surreal thing, but well, here's the blurb. She'll bring us. She'll
You right?
Yeah, I'm trying to get through this first two words. Joe Primus Bo Jeffries is like any other father, trying to keep the peace in a house stuffed with two kids, Ginda and Reth, uncles Rowell and Festus, a baby, an old grandpa Podlasp. Never mind that one's a werewolf, one's a vampire. Grandpa is in the last stages of organic matter, and the baby puts off enough thermonuclear energy to power England and Wales. Yeah, I need to push that up on the reading list a bit. That's going to be fun. Yeah. I wonder, what's that? I'm sure Omaha, or yeah, that was from. I think it was just 2000 AD. Doesn't say. Or when first published. But I'm sure this is an older one. First printing March 2014. I could have sworn this was a lot older than that.
Right, we could maybe talk about who our favourite Marvel characters are, if you wish. If you have one.
Yeah, let's do that. We're already we've broken the 3-hour rule. Let's just commit to the bit.
Yes.
Spider-Man is my favorite origin story, hands down. I mean, that's
me too.
It's classic epic
yes.
stuff. It puts together so well. And I think, I mean, probably one of my favorite characters, maybe off the back of that. Yeah.
Oh no, Davinia. Andrew and Night Owl. No, it's me that's forcing him to do this. I'm the Night Owl. I'm sorry to do this to you, Andy. I really am. But I love having you here. It's brilliant. All for selfish reasons, of course. Mine is Spidey.
When I grew up,
my favourite origin story is Spidey as well, because why do you think I say it in chat? Rejoice, your friendly neighbourhood Scottish Mark says friendly neighbourhood Spider-Man. Or friendly.
I mean, that origin story, it's about 8 pages or 12 pages or something, and it's all in there. Everything you need, a story that takes such twists and turns and really rams home its message just succinctly, powerfully. And I always loved that dimension of Spider-Man, Peter Parker, just being like a normal guy who's, he's going out every night. He's trying to do his best for the city, and the newspapers are calling him a masked menace, and he's getting people throwing rubbish at him because the newspapers are just every single day, Spider-Man is a criminal, and he had to pretend to be this kind of like wallflower, and lacking confidence. He was looking after his aunt as well, his elderly aunt, who's more like a grandmother substitute, really.
Pretty much, yeah.
But who raised him?
Yeah.
And yeah. I mean, that's more wholesome than Captain America.
Yeah. The way they portrayed it, mine's Spider-Man, by the way, and in the movies, it's a toss-up between Spidey or the Scarlet Witch. I like Wanda. She's awesome. I was a white and a green witch back in the day when I was younger. I
suppose we should give you a
there's
close-up.
many things between the character of Scarlet Witch and me. Oddly enough.
So I think this is.
Yay.
This all looks like John Romita art to me.
Oh God!
I
See,
got
that's
this.
just porn to me.
I got this at a charity shop for £4.
You jammy bastard! Only £4. Things like that don't survive. Ah!
Oh, we lose Katie.
We dipped a bit.
I'm sure she'll be back.
I'm back. I'm here.
Oh, as prophesized. Oh. Yeah, I've got I've probably more a fondness for certain writers, and I think
I'm character coded more than the writers. I do obviously the writers are a huge influence. Well, obviously they write the characters. Yeah.
Peter David probably any time Peter David is writing something. He wrote the Hulk for about 10 years between 1988 and 98 or something like that. He wrote a bunch of X Factor stuff with really made the Hulk a much more interesting character, made Quicksilver fantastic,
yes,
multi-dimensional character, and always wrote his stories with such imagination and wit as well. Humor is really important to me in superhero comics. I really dislike this whole grim dark trend that unintentionally flows from Watchmen and Dark Knight. I mean, I think when they were some of the stuff Frank Miller was doing in the 1980s around Daredevil was great.
Yeah.
And it just so happened he tapped something that Daredevil became a character that actually was quite good with that tone. He had previously been a too bright circus type character. So you get Miller comes in, you get a lot of writers following that style. You get Ann Nocenti in the 80s and 90s. You get D.G. Chichester, more organizational crime stuff.
Yeah.
But by and large, I love that Peter David brought a lot of humor to the superhero characters he wrote. I love the DC Comics Justice League humorous iteration, which was essentially like a workplace comedy.
The bands are better in DC. Oddly enough, I've read enough to get that. I always say I am more Marvel. Obviously, I'll give DC its due. Where does the Killing Joke fit into the paradigm? Is that in the Grimdark period?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, and you know what? The Killing Joke's actually shit. Well, no, let me reframe that for you.
Okay. Oh no, I've heard both sides of the argument for this one.
It is actually so the visuals are gorgeous, utterly astonishing. Brian Boland, isn't it? They have this delightful, and you can see it in Moore's script actually. because Moore writes infamously detailed script, and he has set things up in order so that Brian Boland can reproduce them, can visualize them on the page fully. And so there's all these elements of symmetry and stuff that you see in Watchmen, which is always the most interesting of Moore's collaborations with artists, with illustrators, that recurrence of certain images and motifs, and something, one panel mirroring another. But the actual story, which essentially is there's not an awful lot to it, and it feels a bit cheap and a bit tacky. I think it's one of the lesser Moore works. Certainly not a patch on Watchmen.
No, I will point out the differences. I've got the DVD, and in a box in an attic 63 miles northeast of where I currently sit. The Watchmen graphic novel is in my mum's house, but I've got the film version of it. So where they diverged a fair amount towards the end of the film, the character of Ozymandias is pretty much completely lifted from the graphic novel, from the comic book. But the way they portrayed Dr. Manhattan, Night Owl, and Silk Spectre are a little bit different. And yes, the comedian is like that in both the graphic novel and the film. They changed the ending because they thought it was a bit too out there for the viewing public, if you wish.
I'm just looking about to see if I have any superhero comics nearby. I don't. I've got loads of comics, but I don't think any of them are superhero comics. That's showing off a bit, isn't it? Oh shit, that's fucking cool. I'll share this with you. So this is a very, very, very underground cartoonist called Ralph Kidson. It's called Animal Job Center, and it's about animals signing on. We've got a squirrel. And it's much too tiny for me to read, but essentially, hold on, I wonder, can I do some sort of combo read and share? Yeah, so he goes into the job center and it takes ages for the computer to load up. Now that a customized job search profile has been generated, Graham the squirrel advisor, can instantly access the Animal Job Center's vast data banks to provide a list of suitable vacancies. Here, you know what we'll do? I'm going to screen share. So there was a company so the cartoonist here is Ralph Kidson. And it was an animation company that adapted this for the screen. Wild Seed Studios, was shown on BBC. Ralph has since fallen out with them. They fucked him over a bit. But if I recall rightly, the animation adaptation is still on YouTube. So let me see if I can get it up, because it's like about 4 minutes, and you will love this.
Thank you.
So let's see, here we go.
While Andy's getting this video up, Omaha, yes. that was a big problem with the film and Dr. Manhattan's voice. Correct. When I was reading the comic book, I had this voice in my head of what Dr. Manhattan would sound like, and it wasn't the actor they chose for the film. It still worked, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't the voice that I heard when I was reading the comic. Oddly enough. Carry on, Andy.
Right, let's give this a whirl. You're gonna love this.
Yay!
Graham Hazelwood had to relocate after his bit of the woods was bulldozed to make new houses. He now has to sign on at the Animal Job Centre.
Mr. Hazelwood.
Graham's advisor explains the Animal Job Seekers Agreement and then begins an assessment of Graham's particular set of skills and abilities.
Right, so let's put nut processing and running nearly all the way across the road before running back the other way.
Now that a customised job search profile has been generated, Graham's advisor can instantly access the Animal Job Centre's vast databank to provide a list of suitable vacancies.
And we have 25 matches.
Graham is optimistic.
First up we have Badger wanted in Eastbourne. Several vacancies have arisen due to the proximity to a busy road. Must have stripy face and beady eyes. Previous hole digging experience is preferred but not essential, as full training will be given. How does that sound?
Well, I mean, I'm a squirrel.
How's about this one? Small irritating dog required to bark incessantly in enclosed back garden full of weeds and disused bicycles. This is a permanent living position. All meals are provided. No? Okay. Horse needed to stand in a muddy field and look sad. A long face and swishy tail are essential. Well, you've got a swishy tail. I'm putting that down as a possible.
No, look, sorry, but I was looking for something a bit more squirrel-based, because I'm a fucking squirrel.
Mr. Hazelwood, this is a very sophisticated job searching resource, developed at considerable cost to benefit the likes of you. Now then, what's next? Brighton and Hove City Council are looking to appoint seagulls to a variety of posts in and around Brighton and Hove. Applications are invited from candidates with a proven background in ripping open bin bags, shitting on cars, and dive-bombing tourists when they've just bought a tray of chips. Successful applicants will take their place in a dynamic, interdisciplinary environment, liaising with our team of pigeons and tramps. Mr. Hazelwood?
Fuck it.
There we go. That was good for 3 minutes. A couple of Burks, thanks very much for joining us. Have a great night.
Stay hydrated. Not necessarily with cider. Self-care is good care. Take your meds and remind your old da to do the same.
Tear the fascist flag down from its mast. They shall not pass. They shall not pass.
Stay based. Free Palestine, and come back tomorrow if you want, because I will be ranting. I don't know who's on Laura yet. I haven't checked. I don't want to because I'm scared.
Peace and love, rest and restore. Katie, that's a fixture though of these streams, that you check Laura Kunzberg and ruin my evening, or I check Laura Kunzberg and ruin your evening. Should we do a pact, a suicide pact?
I'm getting it.
Let's go in. We're going in. Right. Probably there's 10 people in chat. Let's see how many are still here by the time we're ready.
Okay. Basically today.
It's the big names behind the big stories for big people. The goodies and the baddies.
And me.
Oh shit. You know who it is, don't you?
Laura Koonsberg is just.
Fuck off.
Laura Koonsberg is John.
Oh, fuck off.
What?
I don't know who the person in the middle is.
David Lammy.
You know who.
David Lammy. Fuck off.
David. Lammy.
Deputy Prime Minister, I hasten to add. Why?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Claire Coutinho, Shadow Equalities Minister.
Well, that means she's a Tory, right?
Yeah, she's a Tory.
I don't know. I've never seen her. She's got a stupid face.
And Zia Youssef.
Jesus Christ.
The Home Affairs spokesperson on the panel, Josh Barbarindi, president of the Lib Dems. He's an MP. Kay Burley again, and dear God, the haunted pencil himself, Jacob Rees-Mogg.
What? Kate Burley and Mogg are on tomorrow as well? Did you say?
Right, the panel, the one that she sits next to, so you've got three people. She interviews the whatever wankery. And on the panel, just sitting there not getting interviewed, just basically spouting whatever bollocks they want, essentially. So it's Josh Barbarindi, Kay Burley, broadcast journalist, and she works for Sky News, and Jacob Rees-Mogg.
I wonder if I had a wank or even a shit, would that shit be allowed on Laura Koonsberg's Sunday show?
Apparently, because one's on it. One's on the panel and one's getting to speak, getting interviewed. Laura, do your fucking job.
Claire Coutinho, former investment banker.
She's been on before.
Oh, she was
Shadow Energy.
She was under Rishi Sunak, right?
Yeah.
Oh, just yeah.
She came in
after he died.
She came in 2019.
All right, she was actually the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero.
She was, yes.
Oh, that Omaha says that shit would be too good for them. Yep, thank you.
Correct time, so.
Time suck says a smear of cunts. Sorry, sharp C and star and TS.
Ball bags. Just ball bags. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Politics is fun, isn't it, Andy?
Fucking shite.
Right. I'm giving criticism here. You can move Andy aside for a second for this one. This is purely my rant and the fact that this party still fucking exists in the modern era, when they were in coalition, supplying confidence, essentially, which is basically saying, right, this is the way this Tory government is voting. Please vote with us. This is the Democratic Unionist Party, which is a Northern Irish right wing party.
Not my idea.
They used to appear every so often, like at least once a month, either getting interviewed or mostly on the panel, oddly enough. I think Arlene Foster, Jeffrey Donaldson, Sammy Wilson, Jim Shannon. Mental bastards, essentially. They still exist, don't they? What's Arlene Foster doing now, if you know or care?
I was going to make a joke there about how she looks like Graham Linehan, but I wasn't as funny as it was. sexism on X slaughtering trans people. Fuck knows. Oh yeah, she used to. She still pops up, I believe, on KGB News, but it's been many years now since she had her own show. She might be on court soon because Jeffrey Dawson is her.
Yes, he is.
Was it Jeffrey Dawson before Arlene?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Or was she called to give evidence? Yeah, if you haven't been keeping abridged of the news, Jeffrey Dawson is the ex-DUP leader who is up in court on multiple counts of sex offences over a long period of time. Looks like it seems to be it was his daughter.
I've specifically avoided it for reasons. If I need any sort of information, I just go to my stepdad. He's got family members who live in Tyrone.
The general buzz around Jeffrey Dawson thing is that it's happened. It's pretty much that sort of unconfirmed, but probably is factual that he was guilty of those crimes.
Yes,
that seems to be the way. I mean, not that the DUP themselves are any kind of barometer, but that seems to be the way they're reacting to it. And you know, if somebody is if a group that's a right wing, full of their own narcissism, sticks by their own, even when they do some horrible things, when they're washing their hands of them, their leader, it's a safe bet. In fact, for the DUP to have acted the way that they did, people in the party must know. The truth must have come out to them before he was even arrested.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
At the highest levels, people must know. Now, how long they knew for or whatever is another thing. As easy it would be to accuse him of covering that shit up. I think it's not a correct course. But we'll see. I hope he's in prison for a very long time.
Wait, he's older than you, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I think significantly, actually.
I thought he was in his mid to late 60s.
Uh, 63.
63, right.
Oh, Christ, he was born 11 years. His birthday's the day after mine. And he was born 11 years before me.
Yeah. Does that mean that Arlene Foster's in her late 50s to early 60s then? Or is she older than him?
I think it's hard to tell.
Other than a face like a well-scalped welly, which is a Scotticism. It basically means ugly or decrepit looking, essentially.
She's 55, so 3 years older than me. God, it's not often I say this.
She's fucking younger than Super Harbin. She looks rough. Don't become right-wing people. It ages you prematurely. If you need any fucking evidence of that, look at fucking Blair.
I mean, I'm overweight and I've got terrible teeth, but I'm fuck tons prettier than that creature who's my same age, similarly. It's horrible.
Mental. I've always surprised people when I've told them my age, either IRL at either a gig or in the pub and stuff. They get surprised by how my age. Like I've talked before with a lot of my friends before. I told them what age I was at the time, and over the last sort of 5 years, essentially, they've never believed that. Said, "You're what now?" No, like a couple of months ago, Hanyu Candlet, darling, if you're still here, you'll remember this conversation. I told Hanyu Candlet my actual age. I love you desperately, my dear. They took like 10 or 15 years off me. Thank you, darling, very much. So no. I might look a little bit, but I'm actually 47.
I was just reading about the Jeffrey Donaldson trial. They've heard from a pastor in court who was told about not who the abuser was, but about the abuse in the 1990s.
Ooh.
And he said it was fairly obvious who it was. That fucking a man of the church, keep that stuff secret. When this happened with Kincora, this happens with every scandal the church is involved with. People who should be whistleblowing keep secrets that should not be kept. It's disgusting. What a horrible end. Do we have to? I think it's 12 minutes past. We've been on for over 4 hours. Do we keep going until we find a brighter spot, or just throw in the tile? 4 hours is pretty good.
It is actually pretty good. I'm still doing quite well.
4 hours, minutes, because Katie and I always do our stream on time. Because we're that good. I'm going to plug some stuff. Yeah. Do you like Stephen Moffat? Yes.
Yes.
Do you like Stephen Moffat when he's really good? Yes.
Yes.
Do you like people who make video essays about Stephen Moffat when he's really good?
Yes.
Yes. That's what I do. On Wednesday, I will be releasing a video essay about Stephen Moffat episode of Press Gang, which is like a self-contained detective murder mystery thriller drama piece called Killer on the Line, which is really quite good. So yeah. Press Gang.
Omaha, my comrade.
Is Omaha tell me they know Press Gang and they love Press Gang? Oh yeah, I've got a feeling.
I've got a task for the both of yous, Omaha and Mr. Luke. Can either of yous tell me how I can find that actual your name, Omaha? How do I find this piece of media, if it is possible?
Oh. Yeah, if you just Google Omaha the Cat Dancer, that'll be it.
A quick description. Why was it banned?
I think it featured nude cats or something, or cats having sex, because that's wrong.
I've got an entire book series about that. Right, obviously, it's more than just that, but it's a sentient race of cats.
Photos of cat porn or something, rather than drawings.
No, it's an actual novel series. I'll need to find it. I'll task Super Hubby. It's somewhere on one of these shelves down here.
I don't know if it was actually banned. It might have just been that it was impounded by customs.
Money reasons.
I think they might have had to let it go. I really will have to Google it. Yeah.
You are psychic, Omaha. You've done this to me before on my chat. Was what I was talking about and what I was going on to next. You're prescient, my comrade. Well done. I can barely read my own mind, and you're looking into my mind, knowing what I'm going on to next. Because half the time my comments don't, my stream titles allude to it, but not be explicit at times. Well done.
And actually, the following week, because I won't be here to plug the week after, I'll be doing an essay on the first part of The Last Word, which is widely regarded as one of the best Press Gang episodes. I don't know if it's a really good jump on point, but it's certainly one you have to see. It works really well as a jump on point. Yeah. Equal parts drama and comedy. Both very high, very dense, hysterical humor and sort of goosebumpy drama.
Ooh, cool. Oh no! Oh. Oops. Ah, bollocks!
It's the one with the clown gunman.
Define widely regarded. It depends on what media. And who said widely regarded?
I think Omaha's asking about that. I don't know, Press Gang generally, or me, whether I'm widely regarded. Who else is still in chapter 11 then? That's cool.
Widely regarded as mad Scottish Marxist or wild leftist women. I guess.
You know, in 2 weeks, actually, it would be really interesting. I don't know if I've got the time because it requires extra research, but to look at the American side of this horror comics, moral panic, and censorship. And we could even expand it through to action, which was kind of the precursor to 2000 AD that got squashed. And heck, you could even take it up to Skin by Brendan McCarthy and Pete Milligan, which was the story of a boy with thalidomide. And because he was a skinhead and he was not a friendly disabled protagonist. He was quite a nasty individual. Because of that, and doing the character doing drugs, I think it was Robert Maxwell ordered all copies of it to be he just essentially stopped it, squashed publication.
You are correct. I've already done research into this. That was my 4th or 5th. I wasn't affiliate at the time. I just recently started streaming and I covered it. And that whole implicated Robert Maxwell, the Ghislaine Maxwell's father, by the way, fell off a yacht. If anyone wants me to go into like the Pergamon press side of it, your preprint, the fact that we can actually access the people who actually do the studies, like my area of expertise, my degree is virology and parasitology. If I done a paper, if I was doing research and I published something, I literally have to pay to get my own research back to me, because in most universities, Russell Group, Ivy League standard, blah, 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 all your major universities they've basically been hustled. They've basically been cajoled and controlled, and you can't get access to your own fucking documentation and stuff or research analysis. It is fun. I want to fucking end it.
I'm going to make another plug, Katie, because you know I've been working hard on something all week that should have been done in a day. It took me 3 days to do. So I have a sister channel called at Discworld, GNU, and we usually cover the Discworld books for the first time. Well, my first time. My co-host's a veteran reader. This time round, we have done the soul music animation. So it's 7 episodes of 25 minutes each. And I've condensed our react time down to about 30 minutes with another hour and a half of like us talking about it and stuff. So might be a long one, but that should be out in about a week's time. Yeah, it will be out in a week's time. It'll be out on Friday, next Friday.
Next Friday, cool.
This Friday.
This Friday
This
coming.
Friday coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you like it.
Yay!
And if you're a patron, see scrolling bar, for £1 a month, you get that episode tomorrow morning.
I want £2.
Yeah, nice. It's coming your way, Katie. Coming your way. I think that's probably a good place to end for me to go and say goodnight to some gerbils. Unless you wanted to stick on stream, I could go down and come back up.
Yeah. I'm fine sitting here. I can do my rant about Tony Stark and talk about the arcs and the Marvel, the MCU, the movies essentially, and what we could be looking forward to. We will find out, and I can basically just tell everyone about why I like the MCU and the comics.
I will leave you with Katie, the host, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you, Andy. Hello, everyone. Your mad Scottish Marxist or leftist or socialist, whatever what you want to use for, or mad Scottish Marvel head. Deeply obsessed, obviously. I've been reading Marvel. I read Marvel from the age of 11 to the age of 30. Well, 34. It's been about 14, 15 years, essentially. So I'm a little bit out the paradigm at the minute. I will get to my book back. I will give you a short description of the films in each of the phases. So this is the Marvel cinematic universe in phase order. Phase 1, Iron Man. That's the one with Obadiah Stane, where Tony's going out and trying to sell weapons. He gets blown up by one of his own weapons. Fun. And he basically creates it to try and get the shrapnel out of his heart. Fairly good. I quite like it. I already had issues with Tony Stark from the comic books anyway, so I went in with basically saying, yeah, Tony Stark is a war profiteer and he can go and do one. Then next is The Incredible Hulk. That's the one with Edward Norton, not the one that Ang Lee done with Eric Bana. I quite like that one, oddly enough. Good film. Brilliant. Iron Man 2, that's the one with Whiplash and oh crap, what's his name? Justin Hammer. That's when the military industrial complex dug its claws into the actual character of Tony Stark. He was already militaristic anyway from the comic books. Then you've got the first Thor, which was directed by Kenneth Branagh. I quite like that one. That was one of the first ones that I truly fell in love with when I went to see it in the cinema. I like Tom Hiddleston. I like Anthony. Really quite good. Then you've got Captain America, the First Avenger. Quite good. Dealing with the Nazi horde, essentially. Really good. You get introduced to one of the best characters ever created in the Marvel either cinematic or comic book series, Peggy Carter. She's awesome. I love Peggy. Then you've got Avengers Assemble, basically Loki being the main villain. He was the main antagonist in the film, but he wasn't the main villain. It was Thanos and oh God, what's his name? He's got 7 fucking fingers. I can see him. Then you've got Iron Man 3 when he tries to go on as the start of his redemption arc, essentially. It's quite good. You get to see the destruction of the vast majority of his suits. Pepper Potts gets a suit. Next one's Thor: The Dark World. That's the one with Christ, he played Christopher Eccleston. It's fairly all right, I guess. Nondescript is basically filling in the character arc for Thor and Jane. Then you've got Winter Soldier, which is one of the best ones in the entire MCU. They actually used Black Widow and Natasha to her full abilities. Then they started forgetting about her after it. It sucks. Guardians of the Galaxy, what can I say? You've got Star-Lord, you've got Rocket Raccoon, you've got Groot, you've got Drax the Destroyer, you've got Ronan being an absolute fucking lunatic. Then Age of Ultron, controversial film. That's the one where they were allowed to use Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch's twin brother. I came out of the cinema after watching Age of Ultron a bit mixed, and it took me 2 pints of Guinness to actually say, no, you've not given the backstory of Quicksilver, and you have diminished Scarlet Witch. Thanks. That was fun. Then you've got Ant-Man. I love Ant-Man so fucking much. So the one actually playing Ant-Man in the film is Scott Lang, played by Paul Rudd. I thought that was a genius casting for like the Scott Lang character. Bloody amazing. Hank Pym, fantastic, and Hope Van Dyne as his daughter. Great. Hello, Andy. Welcome back. I've just finished up talking about the first 2 phases of the MCU. Then you've got Phase 3, Captain America, Civil War, Doctor Strange, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Spider-Man Homecoming, Thor Ragnarok, Black Panther, and Phase 3's got too many fucking films in it. Infinity War, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Captain Marvel, love it. Carol Danvers is a fascinating character. Endgame, obviously, so the snap happens in Infinity War, then Endgame, you get Stephen Strange or the Supreme Sorcerer or Doctor Strange, if you wish, actually doing what he's capable of doing. Haven't seen WandaVision, can't say anything about it. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Then you've got Spider-Man Far From Home. That's the end of Phase 3.
Actually,
We'll get on to Phase 4 later.
I thought the WandaVision's like 8 episodes, and the first 4 are just like really fun meta commentary on television. Just like a love letter to television. Really experimental, and then the last 4 becomes more of a sort of formulaic superhero show. It's not bad in the back end. It's just a noticeable dip in quality. It's kind of a pity. But I could certainly, I know first 4, I could certainly go and watch again.
Oh yes. Hang on. I'll quickly describe the phase 4.
The other film I was looking for around that time. Oh yeah, Iron Man 3, The Winter Soldier is such a great film.
It is. It's brilliant.
Age of
Guardians
Ultron.
next. Yeah. Ant-Man.
Have you seen Community, Katie?
No.
The TV show. Right. Do you know, fun fact, the directors, oh shit, who was it? The directors of The Winter Soldier. Yes, Anthony and Joe Russo.
Oh, they're back for Doomsday, by the way.
All right. So they directed Winter Soldier, Civil War, Endgame, Doomsday and Secret Wars. They're back for. Do you know that Anthony and Joe Russo, 2 brothers, were chosen for whatever the first one was, the Shield, Captain America 2. They were chosen for that because they were directing episodes of Community and had demonstrated how good they could do action sequences in that sitcom. Dan Harmon's Community, yeah. And it was a deserved hire, absolutely. You can't really explain it to somebody who hasn't watched their episodes of Community how fitting a choice they are.
We'll need to see to specs then if it's not on, if you can help.
Yeah, with his car with his Nuts Corner DVDs. Community's a weird kind of show because it actually takes a very long while to heat up. I mean, the first 6 episodes are kind of like your standard sort of sitcom, fairly, I mean, a bit funnier than the next is, but fairly by the numbers. The next 12 show signs of being a bit more sort of innovative, but it's only about episode 18 where it actually becomes a show that it is, where it like really sort of reaches its where it establishes its potential. Yeah. So you're in for a bit of an investment with that one, but it is worthwhile.
Okay. Oh no, I'm fine with it. I'm currently on Jessica Jones and Supernatural. I'm splitting my viewing time between both of them essentially. This is an amazing noggin. I might not recall it as quickly as I want to, but it gets stored quite easily. I've got an amazing capacity to actually remember, but my recall is a bit janky, essentially. It comes back to me eventually, unless it's something I'm truly obsessed with, or I keep on ranting about, like, do more fucking Tidal. Things of that nature. It's in here. I just I would struggle to bring it back. It's all logged.
Oh.
Pattern recognition is good for humans, or if we're good at it.
Oh my goodness. Hold on. Be with you in a moment, just concentrating on something.
Okay. I'll just sit here and talk for a bit then. Talia, don't you worry. I'm watching Jessica Jones as well. The one I really want to see, because I love Egyptian mythology, is Midnight. I will get round to it. Do not worry.
Sorry, I've got this, I appear to have this new hobby, which is looking at episodes of Press Gang and finding stills of Julius Wahala with her eyes like kind of like half open, where she's like got this eye roll quality. And I just clicked on a video there, and it came up where her eyes were sort of making this kind of half open, kind of rolling her eyes kind of thing. But I lost the still, and I can't pause it again at the same moment. I was gonna pitch you a 30-second video from Press Gang that I really love. Do you want to see it?
Yes, please.
So this is a good example of Moffat doing humor, in this sort of like big jokey pylon kind of way. Let's see. So yeah, your kitty newspaper being held hostage by a gunman in a clown mask.
Okay.
What do you take?
Milk, no sugar.
We got milk.
There was a bottle in the fridge.
Hey, that's mine. I spat in it.
Yeah? I did too. And me. Me too.
Oh, I didn't, Spike. I didn't realise it was yours. You guys really disgust me. Do you know that? Oh, look on the bright side. That bottle's really lasted. It's true.
Those masks are completely latex. His face is probably sweating profusely. Just saying.
Yeah, probably.
Was that the late 80s or early 90s? Just to put in context, the legal implications of. Sorry.
I think that was 91. Yeah.
91. Thank you. The law hadn't changed yet. Don't get me wrong, if you're going out carrying a gun, walking the streets of the UK, there's every possibility that you're going to get huckled by the police. Just saying. Then after a certain event...
think Moffat does comedy quite as well when it's just comedy. When he's throwing something else in the mix, like when he's throwing in drama or current affairs or something. I mean, I'm probably alone in not highly regarding coupling. It seemed a bit...
Oh, you're not alone. Andy, you're not alone.
I mean, I think fancying the women in it isn't really reason enough for regarding it as a good piece of work, a strong piece of work. It's all right. Okay.
I feel, don't get me wrong, I feel attracted to people on physical appearance. Obviously, we do this. Obviously, we feel attracted to different types of humans, how we look and things like that. I thought the women in coupling were gorgeous.
That's right. Yeah.
Mm. The actual writing of that program was absolute dog shit.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, but
I would quite easily.
Easily.
Yeah.
And I mean, you compare the writing and coupling to when he writes comedy in Doctor Who or Sherlock or Press Gang. There's no comparison.
Depends what version of Sherlock you're talking about.
The Moffat.
Oh, Moffat. Oh,
Writers.
Issues. Sorry.
Do you know, I went downstairs and a few gerbils were waiting for me. And then once I started getting out the seeds, more of the gerbils were waiting for me because you can hear the packet rustling.
Oh, by the way, everyone, I am not sponsored by Inches. I just drink it. I like it.
Tonight's sarsaparilla is by Maine, which is essentially what Bars is to Scotland, Maine is to Northern Ireland.
Oh, right. Cool. I did not know that. You can thank a lovely barman in Dublin, of all places, for me tasting that. That I will give you a glass of it for free. There you go.
What's that, sarsaparilla?
Yeah, that exact bottle. It was his beverage of choice when he was being a barman. And he poured me a glass. Would you like ice or not? No ice.
On the back, it shares the main story. So, in 1949, J.C. Harkness, this isn't going to end well, bottled his first range of minerals. Oh, sorry, I'm just noticing the mics across the room. In 1949, J.C. Harkness bottled his first range of minerals and soft drinks at his factory near the River Main, Galgorm. Isn't that in Scotland? 20 years later, our soft Galgorm.
Spell it.
Galgorm. Doesn't sound Northern Irish to me.
It's I know. Oh Christ! It started here in Scotland. It's Gilmorgan.
There's a little picture.
Glengarn. Oh dear God. Yeah. Sorry, Andy. It started here in Scotland then. Oops.
More than 70 years later, our soft drinks are still enjoyed by generations of family throughout Northern Ireland and beyond.
I've not seen it here in Scotland, oddly enough, but homegrown is basically either bars or whites. They were both started here in Scotland. So like your cream soda, your iron brew, your pineapple aid, your limeade, your orangeade, your raspberry aid, which is really unique. I've used it in vodka as a mixer.
Okay, so
delicious.
Galgorm is a townland in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, about a kilometre west of Ballymena. It is part of the civil parish of Loch.
Oh, it's there. It's spelled in it. I would pronounce it differently because the Scottish tongue. Yeah. There's one same spelling, but it's it's slightly north and a little bit to the east of Glasgow, so about 80 or 90 miles away from where I am.
Oh, it has a castle, Galgorm Castle, and the castle the grounds and castle have been used for filming and TV projects, including the Frankenstein Chronicles, featuring
Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones.
Not Game of Thrones. No, not this time.
Yeah.
The castle itself is now on the site of Galgorm Castle Golf Club, home to the Northern Ireland Open. 20 September 2020, the course hosted the Irish Open after the event was rescheduled and moved during the COVID pandemic. There we go. And they invented main drinks. Great stuff. Exciting.
Yeah, I assume they've got different flavours other than sarsaparilla.
Yeah. There was a range more obvious ones. I selected that because it was the unusual one. So they have a cola. Maine Cola is very famous. Maine American Cream Soda. Although obviously mine is Bars.
Third most,
white lemonade,
third most
main
popular
ginger beer.
in Europe, in Northern Ireland. So your main ones are like Pepsi. For Europe-wide, essentially, it's a toss-up between Pepsi and Cola for one or first or second position in sales. The next one is bars, because Iron Brew, obviously, and the bars Cola or bars lemonade are really quite popular. Most of the, like, your guns that you get behind the bar for like doing like your mixer, your soft drink one for like either your vodka, rum, gin, blah blah blah. Most of them either
Maine's a
have
big part
bars
of Northern
or
Irish
white.
culture.
Is it?
Yeah, so we had it's a lesser thing now, but it was very common in the 70s and 80s for you to have main delivery trucks going around and dropping off bottles on people's doorsteps the way a milkman would do.
Ah.
And you I still see the odd one around this neighborhood, maybe once a week or once a month. But yeah, back then it used to be like about 3 times a week.
Ooh, wow.
And then, of course, that was back in the days where you had they came in glass bottles, and you left the glass bottle out, and you got 10p back.
Bar's done that as well
Or 10p
here.
off.
Bar's done that as well here in Scotland. You got back in the day, it would probably be like 5 or 10 pence. Then in like the mid to late 80s, it changed to 20 pence a bottle. Then before they actually shut it down, it went from like 80 pence back, or £1 or 1.50 back, because the price went up to like 2.50 or 2.80 for the glass bottles, like the 1 litre bottles of like bar things, including Andrew. Then they got rid of the like that sort of scheme, and like.
I don't know if I could talk about my favorite superhero films or characters, but I could talk about my favorite storylines.
I will, Davinia. Thank you, my dear.
When Peter David started writing the Hulk, after he did that one where they broke into Gamma bases and started taking apart the bombs.
Yeah.
So somebody mentioned in chat earlier that the Hulk was originally grey in the first issue, because what actually happened was that there was a printing error. So the first issue of the Hulk, he was grey, and the second issue onwards, he was green. But Peter David decided to use this as a story point, and that's how you get the modern grey Hulk. But his reason, David's stories in the Hulk were all about the psychology of the Hulk and how that interacted with Banner. And, you know, because you've got various versions, you've got the thick Hulk, you know, he's just completely stupid and savage. You've got the Hulk with Banner's brain, so he's a bit more intelligent. And then you had the Grey Hulk, and the Grey Hulk was like Peter David managed to, you know, he was really sadistic and stuff, but he had some brains to him. And this was a period when Banner turned into the Hulk at nighttime, and he was Banner during the day. And the Hulk managed to figure this out. And there's a big time gap in the story, and it wakes up with Banner in the day. He's trying to figure out like where he is and stuff, and the story pans out to reveal actually the Hulk is now the dominant personality. He's working as a bouncer at a casino in Las Vegas, so he works through the night, and then he comes home and he closes all the blinds and he sleeps, and he just puts himself in total darkness so that Banner doesn't come awake. So he's just, you know, he's the Hulk all the time. He's crafted this personality, and he doesn't call himself the Hulk or go by that name. Nobody knows that he actually is the Hulk because he's grey now. He's actually called Joe Fixit as when he's working as a bouncer. Brilliantly fun run of books. What else?
The one that I really do miss that should have been in the X-Men films, as far as I was concerned, she is very prevalent in the comic books, the Jubilee. You can think of her as like the female version of Gambit, essentially. She didn't make it into the movies, unfortunately. I love Jubilee with all my heart. I really wanted to see her in like X-Men or X2, or even as a slight cameo in either X-Men The Last Stand, which is the third one, or Days of Future Past, but they completely sidelined it. No, not sidelined. Forgot. Didn't exist as far as the X-Men cinematic universe was concerned.
I always felt that girl in the Deadpool movies was a bit quite Jubilee coded.
She was, yes. Tina was it Teenage Negasonic Warhead?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. It was a mad name. And you've got Colossus as well, big giant metal man. Still human, but metal.
I mean, I've read a bunch of classic Spider-Man films, and they were very. Oh God, sorry, I've got a bit of a headache here. Yeah, those. The comics we were talking about earlier about where Marvel were. The government were pushing Marvel to do an anti-drug story, and they ended up actually doing like 3 episodes back to back, and it was about was it Harry Osborn, the Green Goblin's son? They ended up getting hooked with heroin or something. And those were actually quite good. And
the way they ended those films made it possible for the kind of canon, but not canon, but going to get introduced. We think maybe, who knows? And given Feige, can you hear me? So you've got Venom. That's where we get the sort of basic introduction to Venom. Mm-hmm.
Well, those Marvel, that Harry Osborn, like, because this ran at a period of time in the 70s where the sort of the MO of the Spider-Man books were pretty much that, he was a university graduate and him and Harry lived together, and it was very much in those sort of Archie years of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So you had that, it had been trailed for a while, and then you had that 3-parter. And then off the back of that came the Gwen Stacy death storyline.
Yes.
Essentially, it was 2 issues. And that was like, that's a really well-written and well-drawn piece. And I mean, she was one of those few characters in any superhero comics that looks like they might die and stay dead.
Well, look, you had the snap. Our favorite gets dusted, but he gets brought back. Don't get me wrong. I've got issues with Tony Stark, many deep-seated that have been there for fucking decades at this point, with Tony Stark and Iron Man. But the way he actually helped Peter Parker, appreciated it.
Well, I mean that's one of there's an Iron Man storyline that's among my sort of favorite, which is came in the end of the 80s, and I think it was a storyline that introduced Obadiah Stane, where essentially Stane is like a competitor rather than an employee, and for whatever reason he's out to crush Iron Man.
Yeah.
But he's doing it, I mean, at least for the start of the story, he's doing it corporately.
Yeah.
He later don a suit of his own, and that's like really sort of big juggernaut looking suit. But he crushes Stark. Stark's alcoholism flares up, and basically Stark has to like completely downsize. There's a full corporate takeover. Stark has like 2 employees, and he's like a wee startup, and yeah, it's a really good story at the end of the 1980s.
Who's everyone's whoever's still here? Who's everyone's? If you like Marvel, if you follow it, if you've seen the movies or read the comic books, or just in passing or whatever, have you seen any of the movies? Who would you say your favorite Marvel character is? Spidey, and as a second or possibly first, they're interchangeable. Scarlet Witch. I love Wanda. She's amazing. I can see the existence of Stark. I can. Overweening, if you wish.
Yeah, and Stark was one of the first comic book characters to have one of those really like edgy plot lines.
Yes.
The battle with alcoholism.
Yeah.
Was like a major critical thing in the comics treatments.
Oh, fridged. Yes, I know what you're talking about, Talia.
Maybe, yeah. No. Well, it depends how you define fridged. Certainly killed off for as a writing kind of, I guess, sensationalist. The thing is, Gwen Stacy was actually a very, well, was she a beloved character? Yeah, she was. Yeah.
I loved her.
She wasn't quite as popular as Mary Jane, I think.
She wasn't, no.
But
crime shame, basically.
I think I can't remember if it was Alan Moore coined the term fridging in his Sexism in Comics essay of 1983.
No. Yeah, we're just going. Yes, you're
or
correct.
If it was a sociologist.
Yeah.
Because I read a few different. I think there might have been a feminist writer talked a bit about the women in refrigerators tropes as well. And I mean, it's something as old as the comics itself. I mean, if you want to talk killing the woman character, killing the female characters is the example of fridging. But I mean, its roots go deeper back in the woman always being made by the male writers to play the victim or the screaming victim or the kidnapped
Banshee.
victim.
Or Harden, yeah.
Victim, whatever. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a pretty old and shameful trend.
Yes.
And actually, it was kind of like it was like a buck of that trend when John Byrne, I think in 1986, put the character of Sue, all that, and then had recovered from a lot of that sort of refrigerating type behavior. And it was at that point that her name actually changed from Invisible Girl to Invisible Woman. I think that was 1989. So 26 years of publication. And she's all grown up now.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know if you ever heard this one. Grant Morrison has a theory that superheroes don't age because they don't age like we do, because they save all their appearances together and like rack them up like panel by panel, and therefore it doesn't take as long as it does for us to age.
I can see his point. I can.
He's an ideas man, isn't he? The Invisibles is an interesting read. It definitely does throw away the trappings of a superhero team, because they're essentially anarchists.
Yeah.
Um,
Post link in Discord, if you please.
Yes, I might have to find one. Yeah. I'm sure somebody's made a good short explainer on the Invisibles, but it's a really interesting book for getting into. I mean, Marxism, feminism, transgenderism, class structures, so many aspects of society that when it was published in the late 90s were kind of fringe, and still are. Some still are today, but actually much more mainstream nowadays. You okay?
I just moved my leg to actually get my foot, my right foot and ankle more comfortable, and my knee is now saying no, don't do that. Oh fuck! I've just got shooting pains going through my knee. I'm fine. Carry on. I'm dealing with it.
I was just gonna say Morrison was doing like royals abducting people for abuse, like back in the 90s.
Oh no, I don't need to worry about that. My own body does that to me. Yeah.
I wonder, does Morrison have the inside story?
It's one of my favourite lines. What?
Grant Morrison lives in a castle.
Say again?
Morrison lives in a
Where?
castle.
Where?
Oh, my microphone's restarted. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. What castle and
Grant Morrison. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere in Scotland. I have to find it.
More than likely. By the way, everyone, I've got free bus travel across Scotland. I can get to everywhere if it's got a bus route. And if my joints allow me, I can walk a bit. I can get to places. I know exactly where J.K. Rowling lives.
Yeah, okay, Kitty, no violence.
I will say that, no violence.
Time Sock says my first fave. Time Sock says my first fave was Nightcrawler. One of my first faves too, actually, when I started reading the American stuff. I really like the sort of the idea that this is Kurt is a devout Christian or Catholic, and he looks like a demon. And
he does, yeah.
He had this sort of ego crush. Grant Morrison did accept the OBE, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Are you okay with that? Or
I kind of wonder, like, I mean, this, I remember when exactly it was, but Invisibles is very anti-monarchy. I wonder, did whoever was putting him on the list actually look at his bibliography? He's a, you know, for a guy that works in the mainstream, he's as anti-establishment as it gets. Do you want to come with me while I Google Grant Morrison owns a castle? Oh shit, here we go. Screen share time. We got
Good
pictures on
point,
Flickr, I
Talia.
believe. Grant
I'll just read
Morrison,
this one.
bloody hell. Oh. Okay, go ahead.
Talia says, which is funny after all the stuff about the royal family in the Invisibles. Correct, Talia. You are correct.
So, Grant Morrison does not own, according to AI, sorry, that's from Wikipedia. No, it's from Flickr. Does not own a literal historical castle, but does own a distinct turreted mansion overlooking a loch just outside Dunoon. I take it this is a picture of it. Oh, that's not. Is that a castle?
It's called a baronial house.
Oh. I guess it's that one.
Yeah. That's a baronial house. That's it's either late Edwardian or early either mid to late Victorian or early Edwardian. So it was probably built somewhere in the 1870s or 1870s onwards.
Where is he? Which room's he in?
Who knows?
I can't
There's
see.
ones at the back.
I wonder is that his boat too?
No, that's Sound of Scalp. No. That's one that actually operates on like the waterways of Scotland. That's basically public transport.
It's got a nice pickup truck. Is that him there sticking out the window?
That looks quite. I like that house. That looks beautiful. No, the OBE is basically just recognition. Then you can earn from it on the back end after you get it. It depends on what sphere you're in, be it science, either medical, engineering, any of the same ones, or cultural, journalism, literature, media, whatever you want.
Oh shit! That's an area. Where is Dunoon?
Oh god. My mind just went blank. I forgot my own fucking country. Give me a minute.
That's okay.
It's on the west coast.
I'm gonna do more Googling.
Where is Dunoon? Oh no, it's down from us. It's down from where I am.
Interview magazine. Are you in your castle right now? Okay.
It's slightly to the west of Glasgow. You'll probably get a ferry from Greenock, which is Greenock's 21 miles away from the centre of Glasgow, about 18 miles away from me. So it's basically on the west coast. Oh God, that's why I recognise it. That one you shown there was used for Donal one. It was the one with Agatha Christie. Fuck, I can't remember what it's called.
I'll never get a video under 3 minutes on the Invisibles. I best be realistic on this. Oh.
If you can find one that's under 10, that'd be fine.
At 12 minutes, 19. Right, I'll go up to that first one. That was 12 minutes.
So we return and begin again. Indie Film Reviews here with you. This is Strebo. And today we are going to discuss my favorite comic, Morrison's The Invisibles. There you can see the rather lovely omnibus on my desk. Playing in the background, I've got a YouTube clip that was put up by someone named The Muujin on YouTube, where they took the panel.
I wonder can we find a better one? That's a bit too wobbly.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, there was something down here that was about 12 minutes as well. More focused on chaos magic, I suppose. Oh, there we go. We'll stick on. Try this 15-minute one because it looks a bit glossier. You don't have to commit to all of it.
Hajime, welcome back to Comic Jutsu. I'm JT McLean. Today we're going to answer the question, how did Grant Morrison make Barbenheimer cool before it was cool? That's right, we're going to take a look, a special an overview, if you will, at Grant Morrison's masterpiece, seminal work, The Invisibles from Vertigo Comics, a product of DC at one time. At the time of viewing this video, Vertigo may or may not be a thing again. We'll see how only time can tell. But anyway, timer, there was The Invisible. There's your Barbie in the form of Lord Fanny. Very funny. Hopefully that doesn't get me kicked off YouTube. And right there is your Oppenheimer. I am become death. The shatterer of worlds. Saw the Oppenheimer trailer in the theater for Indiana Angel, by the way. I immediately thought of Grant Morrison's The Invisibles, angles, that Brickian approach that Christopher Nolan takes, that straight on one perspective. I just immediately thought of what's here in The Invisibles. He appears a few times throughout there. There you see, since we've already done a video on the omnibus here on the channel, I'll give you a little bit of a preview of an upcoming ongoing feature where I'm going to do a walkthrough, or prefer, for all of the issues of Grant Morrison's The Invisibles.
Oh shit.
Chronological order, if you will. You see the three volumes of The Invisibles or the first issue of each of those 3 volumes. Number 1,
Yeah.
number 1.
Yeah, he just
and number 12.
Fan Visibles have done like huge annotations of like each issue, and really too much detail.
Here, so, but it was fun nonetheless. So I'm going to do my best to bring you both my personal perspective on these issues as a.
Okay, I'm wondering, is this an intro to a series he's got, or an intro
I can
to...
finally be proud of that. But because of me, the Invisibles exists, and I'm going to do my part to spread a little bit of the anarchy to the masses. So you can see here I have the Disinformation Guide to the Invisibles, published by Disinformation, one of my favorite publishers. They're definitely always on the cutting edge of things. This is a complete guide to every issue of the Invisibles. It has lots of neat little annotations in here, quotes from different interviews with Morrison, all kinds of stuff. I thought, you know, I love this series, but sometimes when you meet Ludo, you got to kill just to see what would come out on top, you know, kind of chaotic.
Beautiful artwork.
But anyway, the Invisibles.
Yeah.
I was there in real time. I'd love to tell you that I was on board from issue 1, but I wasn't. You know, I saw the issue, and I just thought, oh man, that looks weird. It looks typically weird from the dude that made Doom Patrol just weird. I say that because I'm a huge fan, and I always was. And at the time, I was a big Doom Patrol fan until Grant Morrison took over, and I just thought, man, this stuff is weird. I wasn't ready for it at the time. And, you know, I fully didn't have the chance to really fully 4 issues or so until I borrowed it from a guy at school. My RA had a stack of just all of the great comic books that one would want to see at the time. I mean, he even had big numbers, you know, just more stuff like that. But anyway, early Sandman stuff, Muir Morrison's Animal Man, Beautiful Stories for Ugly Children. He probably had some Peter Baggs hate and some of that stuff at the time too. I'm not certain. You know, it was kind of just a weird pile that I didn't mess with. I gravitated more towards the superhero-like things, you know, like Morrison's Animal Man, which I thought the first few issues was a perfectly serviceable superhero story. But then it got to issue 5, and I was I don't know, taken aback. I was nonplussed. I didn't know what to think about it.
Yeah, issue 5 Animal
This
Man's
is an interesting concept, but
fantastic.
The way it kind of crosses genres and breaks all the rules, I'm bored for it. But anyway, like all good things, it just took a matter of time for Morrison's work to just kind of sink its way deeper into my psyche, where I started to really appreciate it. Okay, there's the final issue of Volume 1. Now, mind you, there was a delay in here somewhere. I'm trying to remember. Morrison actually, during the writing of the King Mob stuff, he, you know, he kind of in a tongue-in-cheek way talks about comics being chaos magic or whatever, and he, this character of King Mob is very much an avatar for him, you know, both intentionally and otherwise. And he gets captured and tortured here and subjected to all these weird visitations and hallucinations. And mind you, I couldn't find the parts of this King Mob storyline.
Yeah, the
one of my
Vina
favorites. It makes me think
going out a bit.
I still have it here somewhere. I'll just put it in a different box, and because I had all these books because I tore them up. I mean, it's insane. But once you're a collector of my level, my caliber, or whatever.
Yeah. Have you read this?
You don't care what kind of shape your books are.
Yeah.
Describe it to me, please.
Okay, I'm gonna need some help from chat here and anybody else who's read some. I'll tell you what, I will mute the video and try and keep it playing. So it's kind of about a secret society of chaos agents who want to fight the establishment, and they like rescue kids from the street. They attack the nobility. They take trips with mushrooms. They meet aliens from different dimensions, or maybe that's Grant Morrison himself. I can't remember. It blurs into one. I guess it's a really hard book to describe.
Would the best thing you would say is just read it?
Yeah, I think so. I think the first, so there's maybe about 70 issues spread out over like when they were originally printed, there was volume 1, which was like 7 issues, volume 2, which was maybe about 30 issues, and volume 3, it was maybe about 30 issues. I reckon now volume 1, because it was so short, is all collected in one book. So I reckon, and it's also the most accessible. So I would recommend checking out volume 1, seeing if it might be for you based on that. Like, it does get a lot weirder and a lot more experimental, but I think volume 1 certainly gives you a flavor that's reasonably accurate.
Andy, don't worry. I'm used to weird. I've read the first 6 books of June, so I know weird.
There's a good description by Talia, a sort of chaos magic Antifa group.
I like that description. That sounds fun. Oh, dear God. How are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, oh, so many good comics. Spider-Man Gang War series. Again, at the end of the 80s. Alan Moore's Promethea, which is phenomenal. Grant Morrison's Animal Man, again. Oh yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but avoid spoilers.
Yeah, thank you.
For the end of it, it was 26 issues. Issue 5 highlight in a run. Yeah, Talia. Seen early on in Invisibles, the homeless teachers are being hunted by fox hunters. Yeah, that was really, that sent the chills up. Yeah. What else? I'm going to sneeze as well, and it's like right at the end of those, but it won't come out. It'll just come out really suddenly. Yeah, so many good comics. I think I read most of the superhero comics in sort of the period between 86 and 95.
When did I start? I was 10 or 11, so that's 1990 essentially. X-Men, Spider-Man, those traditions like from the late 80s and early 90s and stuff is when I started reading them. When I was a young thing.
A really great run on X-Men. Really great run. 2001, that was, yeah, New X-Men. I think it's probably a good idea if I call it a night. Yeah. Okay, thanks for joining us, you 8 people. 2 on my channel, 5 on Katie's YouTube, and 1 on MadCat79's. Got a tally, that'll be. Oh no, it's not. It's I don't know, somebody. I can't see who. Maybe Katie herself. Yeah, I'm going to bed. So good night, folks.
I'm going to do.
Katie,
I'm doing a raid message.
Okay, let's hang about for that. Who do we want to raid? Capricorn?
Well, I'm putting 2 options on. I'm putting up, well, it's Shanna and Cappy. So Shanna does the talking and Cappy does the art and things. Or we've got Bry, your guy, a lovely beast otter. Bry is amazing. So I'm letting my.
Is he on YouTube?
He isn't on YouTube, and neither is Shanna or Capricorn.
No.
I can't read out on YouTube yet. I have to have 1,000 subscribers. Nowhere near it. Everyone, go and follow a couple of Burks. They're only 195 followers or subscribers on YouTube away from getting monetized on YouTube. Bry your guy, Based Otter. They are playing Marvel Rivals.
Now, bear in mind, I have 22,000 subscribers and I'm nowhere near getting monetized. It's dicey, but a couple of Burks, just follow them because they're good. Really, really are good. Good night, Omaha. I'm just going to hang on and wait for Katie to set up that raid. And thank you all for joining us, especially to this late hour. It's been an interesting night. Yeah.
Where's he gone? Gimme.
Yeah.
I want Bry. Oh no. Bryce finished. Bryce just read it out. We're going to Cappy. We're going to Shanna. Start raid.
That's what happens. You stay up long enough, there'll be nobody else online to raid to.
We've got Shanna. Rejoice, we're going to the super mod. Shanna Cranky Pants and Capricorn. YouTube comrades, thank you so much. You've been amazing. Hi. I've really loved this one tonight, Andy. Thank you so much. And
that's good stuff.
if you want, I can create an actual dedicated comics channel on the Discord if you wish, or you can just put it in movie. Yeah.
I think people would like that, actually. Let's get that tomorrow.
Yeah. We will go and say
All right.
hi to Shanna. Thank you, everyone. It has been
Good night, folks.
awesome.